last year, main eventing with Sasha Banks, having our fans back for the first time since the pandemic had happened, and walking out as SmackDown as champion. I'm riding off of that going into WrestleMania 38. I'll be competing against Becky Lynch for the Raw Women's Championship on April 2nd in Dallas, Texas. And, I made history last year. So I'm just looking to go back-to-back at WrestleMania and walk out as champion, but this time walk out as Raw Women's Champion this year. Becky Lynch came into SummerSlam and beat me in 26 seconds. And she took the title from me. And she's had that title ever since. She's Raw Women's Champion now. And we've been going back and forth. For me, this is my redemption story going into WrestleMania 38. I have yet to actually perform in front of a full WrestleMania crowd. So this will be the first year that I'm able to do that in a title match with Becky Lynch. So our fans are everything. And it's going to be really exciting to be at WrestleMania in front of thousands and thousands and thousands of people. See, WrestleMania, it's amazing now because it's now for 2 nights. It'll be April 2nd and April 3rd. I'll be on April 2nd with Becky Lynch and Ronda Rousey and Charlotte Flair. They'll be on as well going for the SmackDown Women's Championship. So the night is going to be full of some crazy, amazing matches. I'm really interested to see what's going to happen with Charlotte Flair and Ronda Rousey. Things are really heating up with them. They've had history. They were a part of the very first main event of WrestleMania that the women were a part of. So they have a lot of history there. Ronda Rousey with her extensive background, and Charlotte Flair with her being the champion multiple times. She's the most decorated woman in WWE history. It's going to be interesting. I'm not sure who's going to come out on top. I think that it's going to be a brutal match.
And said she's going to get hers here tonight at SummerSlam. Bianca Belair showed up.
So I call myself the EST of WWE. That means that I am the strongest, the fastest, the roughest, the toughest, the quickest, the greatest, the best. Anything that ends in EST, that's what I am. And I'm all about just striving to be the absolute best BEST version of myself. My very first time with an entrance, I honestly just didn't know what to do with my hands. So this is where I do like a little bounce when I come out.
Bianca Belair took out Zelina Vega and Carmella last night, teaching them a lesson after the assault from 2 weeks ago, led by, of course, her opponent, Sasha Banks, during the contract signing.
And then my braid is just right there. And I just like to twirl and skip and bounce to the ring. So that's really how it all came about. It's just a huge part of who I am. It's a part of who Bianca Belair is. And it's right there. And I like to just have fun and bounce and skip to the ring. And I like to whip my hair up in the air. So it's kind of just a part of who I am. And it just happened naturally. My braid is my superpower, and it definitely can be used as a weapon, but the key word is only when it's necessary. My number one rule is do not touch my hair, but if you do, I will use it.
Becky Lynch going after the hair yet again.
Been a continued strategy from Becky Lynch all throughout this match.
Oh, may have gone to a run.
Oh my goodness. Good grief.
The braid initially was just as a way for me to stand out. And one day I was in a match, and the girls, the first thing they always try to do is go to my hair and pull my hair. And it's like, how can I get them to stop touching my hair? And so one day in a match, I threw it at a girl. It made this huge loud noise. The crowd went crazy, and I was able to capitalize off of that in the ring. And in that moment, I realized, whoa, this is definitely can definitely be used to my advantage and not my disadvantage.
And big thanks to Bianca, and of course, more importantly, good luck this weekend. We should mention that you can catch WrestleMania from the WWE on Peacock. And just ahead, the legacy of Hollywood legend Judy Garland, but this time through the eyes of her granddaughter.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet?
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To
stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
And we're back here on Popstar Plus for Women's History Month. We're telling incredible stories of remarkable women through conversations with their granddaughters. Today's focus, the talented Judy Garland, who starred, of course, as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, and her granddaughter told our Dylan Dreyer about the influence Miss Garland had on her life.
We're back with our series, Generations Today, celebrating Women's History Month by sharing the stories of some legendary women as told by their grandchildren.
It's such a fun way to learn more about these women. And this morning, we are taking a look back at a Hollywood icon. Judy Garland would have turned 100 this year. Her granddaughter, Vanessa O'Neill, never had the chance to meet the legendary actress, but her grandmother's legacy lives on through her family.
I'm in awe, even being her own granddaughter. I'm so impressed and blown away that this 4'11" little woman has this humongous voice.
Toto, I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
Being Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz is her most legendary role, but for Judy Garland, being a grandmother may have been the role she most desired. Her excitement was seen on The Today Show back in 1967 as she sat with her 2 children, Lorna and Joe.
Looking forward to being a grandmother? That's going to happen one of these days.
Can't wait.
Really?
I can't wait. I want her to have a baby immediately, and then she can see the baby for only 25 minutes, and I'll be a babysitter.
Makes me tear up a little just hearing that, because obviously we didn't get to see her.
In Vanessa O'Neill's home, Judy is known as Triple G, as she would now be a great grandma to Vanessa's 2 young sons.
You're a great singer.
To the world, Judy is an icon of Hollywood's golden era, starring in more than 31 films like A Star is Born, Easter Parade with Fred Astaire.
Right, left, right, good.
And Meet Me in St. Louis. She was also a Broadway legend and an acclaimed recording artist who was the first woman to win a Grammy for Album of the Year.
It's really incredible how she paved the way for so many other women down the line.
I always say that I have such strong women in my family who aren't afraid to speak up and be their most authentic self. And I know that that sometimes isn't probably easy, but I hope to pass that along to my kids.
For Vanessa's family, Judy's ruby slippers are some big shoes to fill.
When did it register with you that your grandmother was somebody truly special?
I must have been about 5 or 6, and my mom was performing in Vegas, and I saw, like my grandma on top of the slot machines, like turning, like a huge bottle of her.
Vanessa credits her mother, actress and singer Lorna Luft, with keeping her grandmother's memory alive.
I watched my mom perform so much of my grandmother's music, live and sitting in the wings.
Lorna wrote about life with Judy in her memoir, Me and My Shadows, 1998, saying of Judy, "Everything I know about being a good mother to my children, I learned from her."
What traits would you say have been passed down through the generations to you?
I definitely think our sense of humor. It's a huge, huge part of our personality to make things fun and funny, but also to get through hard times.
I like to laugh. I like to have a bag of popcorn, go on a roller coaster now and then.
But behind the lights and stage, Judy was often troubled and struggled with addiction.
Did your mom ever talk with you about the bad sides or the downsides that unfortunately your grandmother went through?
Not until I got a little bit like of age. I do have the addiction gene myself. I'm 7 years sober. And I really do feel like it's a genetic trait in my family.
Vanessa's grandmother suffered with her own condition in silence. Judy Garland died of a drug overdose in 1969 at the young age of 47.
My grandma was living in a time where there really wasn't much help. You know, there wasn't AA and these programs, and people didn't really know what addiction was.
Vanessa bypassed show business altogether and today is a personal trainer and nutrition coach.
The health and wellness industry has helped me so much, not only with my physical health and body image, but my mental health, 1000%.
Her home is in Southern California with her husband, Patrick, their 5-year-old son, Logan, and a brand new baby boy, Kieran, who was just born somewhere under the rainbow. A sign, Vanessa says, that Judy was there.
You could see behind the little bassinet that my son was in, sure enough, just a big rainbow right there. And it really makes you feel like, hey, like you are sending me a sign. Thank you.
That's amazing.
Don't you get chills seeing the rainbow? I have the chills right now. It doesn't rain much in San Diego. To get a rainbow is hard to do.
Yeah.
The baby she just had 2 weeks ago is the 4th great-grandchild for Judy. Vanessa's brother Jesse also has 2 children. And by the way, you know, in that piece you'll notice that Liza Minnelli is her aunt. Yeah. And we actually just saw her on stage with Lady Gaga there at the Oscars. So the first time we've seen her in quite some time. So just greatness runs in the family.
Pretty cool. Still to come, we got a great throwback visit with Hollywood icon Christopher Walken next on Popstart Plus.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet?
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back, everybody. Christopher Walken turns 79 years young this week. The Deer Hunter, Catch Me If You Can, Hairspray. He's had so many memorable and great roles, and we'd like to share his visit here to today, back in 1992.
In a career that now stretches over 30 years, Christopher Walken has earned a reputation as an actor who's good at being bad. An Oscar winner with over 100 stage and screen roles to his credit, he's cast as a villain once again this summer, a guy named Max Schreck, poised to oppose Batman in the season's biggest movie. Christopher Walken, good morning.
Morning.
Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Max Schreck, as opposed to Catwoman, as opposed to Penguin, is not a character with whom readers of Batman comics might be familiar. Who is the guy?
Max Schreck is the name of the actor who played the vampire in the original Dracula movie, Nosferatu. And he's named after him, though it doesn't have anything to do with him. He's a businessman. He's the owner and CEO of Schreck's Department Store, which is the Macy's, Bloomingdale's, Alexander's of Gotham City. He's one of the last men on earth to wear spats on a regular basis.
This is a very lavish production, but essentially it is a cartoon. Did you approach it as serious drama, or did you try to add a cartoon quality to Max Schreck?
Odd as it may seem, Max, we're both perceived as monsters.
In a show like this, where there are wigs and costumes and big sets and special effects and so forth, of course it takes it out of a kind of naturalistic context.
Frankly, I feel it's a bum rap. I'm a businessman. Tough, yes. Shrewd, okay. But that does not make me a monster.
Don't embarrass yourself, Max. I know all about you.
The feeling being in it is much more of theater, really, for me. I've worked a lot in the theater.
Get the picture.
What is that supposed to hypnotize me?
No, just give you a splitting headache.
Warner Brothers is hoping and betting that this film not only does huge box office for the year, but rivals the greatest returns of all time. What are your own expectations for it?
I've been doing it a long time, and I try to avoid expectations. Just hope for the best. My feeling about acting in movies is that what I hope for is that the movie that I just did is going to get me another one.
Mm. Were you a fan of the first one?
Yes, I did. I liked it a lot.
I was noting when I got here that I was looking forward to this interview because I've admired your work a long time, and we were supposed to talk before another movie of yours, and it never materialized. Your reputation is that you don't enjoy these kinds of things. Is it accurate?
You mean interviews?
Yeah.
Well, I am more comfortable doing other people's dialogue. And there's something about knowing your lines and knowing what you're thinking and having a character to play.
Yeah.
I don't think that's unusual for actors. An actor is someone who enjoys embodying another person, I suppose.
Do you find it strange that people may be as fascinated with Christopher Walken as they might be with any character you play?
I think the characters I play are probably more colorful than I am.
I noted at the top that over the years you've developed this aura of playing guys who are, if not evil, certainly slightly off-center.
Yeah.
Is that something you've cultivated, or has it just kind of happened that way?
I think that movies are so expensive to make that it just makes sense from a producer's angle, a kind of marketplace way, that if you have demonstrated that you can do something effectively, that you'll be asked to do it again. I think that's why that happens, and I'm lucky really to have any kind of ball rolling. If it's villains and twisted people, then fine, you know, so long as I'm working. It is nice to break it up sometimes and to do different kinds of things. I like to do romantic things and maybe a picture with a woman and jokes and happy ending and all that.
A final note, it's also clear from your track record that you're a guy who quickly moves from one project to another, that you'll do a movie, and if there's no movie to do, then you'll do a play.
Yeah.
Why do you work so much?
Well, because I really like to work. And for me, it's the best time that I have. Working is the best time I have. When I'm not working, I'm always worrying about what's next and trying to get another thing. I'm on the phone trying to do things. I don't have hobbies. I don't like to travel much. As an actor, I get to travel to fascinating places all over the world and actually get to live there. I lived in Venice a year ago for 3 months. You don't get to do that on vacation. So when I have time off, I'm not inclined to get on a plane and go somewhere. I have a house in the country and I tend to stay there and think about what to do next.
As noted, I'm an admirer. Christopher Walken, thank you.
Thanks.
And a big happy early birthday to Mr. Christopher Walken. Thanks for being with us for another Pop Star Plus tomorrow. We've got the scoop on Starstruck on HBO Max. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everybody watching Today All Day. We're so glad you tuned in again into our digital show. Today in 30, it's Wednesday morning.
It's a busy one, too, around the world and right here in Studio 1A. We're going to get right to it. We're going to begin with the crisis in Ukraine and the mixed messages coming out of the latest peace talks between Ukraine and Russia. Richard Engel will bring us the very latest.
And then we got to reunite the two players in a truly incredible story. A young woman whose heart stopped during a flight, and the fellow passenger, a doctor who raced into action and saved her life. Really important moment. They had a great message to share as well.
Yeah, we look forward to that. All that, then Raven Simone. She stopped by the third hour to chat about her new show. And on the fourth hour, Justin Sylvester, of course, he brings us the scoop. So what should we do? Should we go ahead and do it?
Let's
Is it
do
time?
Let's not wait anymore.
All right.
Time for
Today in 30.
We'll start with NBC's Richard Engel in eastern Ukraine.
Ukraine accuses Russia this morning of playing a trick, saying Russian promises after negotiations in Istanbul to drastically reduce military activity around Kyiv and the nearby city of Chernihiv is merely a ploy for time to rearm and consolidate forces. President Zelensky saying Ukraine isn't letting its guard down. The signals we hear from the negotiations can be called positive, he says, but they do not drown out the explosions of Russian shells, adding Ukraine isn't willing to surrender any territory to Russia. Promises also can't drown out what Russia is doing to the city of Mariupol. New satellite images show how Russian strikes have leveled entire blocks. The Pentagon also expressing deep skepticism about Russia's supposed trust-building withdrawals around Kyiv.
We're not prepared to call this a retreat or even a withdrawal.
Russia invaded Ukraine over a month ago from three directions. From the north, down from Belarus toward Kyiv, from the east toward Kharkiv, and from the south toward Mariupol. Russia's northern front around Kyiv has been a disaster. Huge Russian losses and logistical failures, including a 40-mile-long convoy that ran out of gas. The Pentagon believes Russia could now focus on the other fronts while rebuilding forces around Kyiv.
This was a Russian position. You can see the Z that has become the mark of this war on the Russian armored vehicle. And it seems that they were destroyed just as they were camping out in this area. You can see all of their equipment, clothing, flak jackets and food just left here right at the back of this armored vehicle.
Across Ukraine now, they're not bracing for a Russian ceasefire, not taking the Russians' word, but preparing for more Russian attacks.
Richard Engel reporting for us from Kharkiv this morning.
All right, let's focus more on the talks in Turkey overnight. Both sides sitting down for a second day in a row. Today's senior international correspondent, Keir Simmons, he joins us now from Istanbul, Turkey. Keir, what's the latest?
Well, Hoda, despite the continuing fighting that Richard was talking about there does appear to have been some political progress in the building behind me there. Ukraine proposing that it could be neutral without any Western bases on its territory, proposing a 15-year plan for Crimea and a new strategic framework for Ukraine that would involve Western countries guaranteeing its safety. Now, the Russians described that as constructive, but I think, Hoda, notable that the Russians did not themselves appear to make any political plans, any political proposals. They say they'll take Ukraine's idea back to President Putin.
Well, Keir, by our count, this is I think the 7th time that both sides have sat down for talks. There hasn't been much progress in any of those. So what is the likelihood that there's going to be a breakthrough from any of these discussions?
Well, I think, Hoda, there will be more talks. There is talk of a potential meeting between the foreign ministers of Russia and Ukraine, and the Russians now suggesting that there could be a meeting between President Zelensky and President Putin, something the Russians have not said was possible up until now. Some context here, though, I think, Hoda, it's possible to argue that this war, this conflict has been raging since back in 2014, hot and cold. So clearly one day's talks is not going to solve all that. Ukrainian officials we've spoken to here said, give us more American weapons. That is how we will negotiate. And Hoda, we just saw the Ukrainian defense minister leave here in a convoy in army fatigues. Hoda.
All right, Keir, some good perspective there. Thank you so much.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia?
There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're back with Your Health, and this morning, an incredible story, and it highlights the importance of CPR.
It certainly does. We have Brittany Matiro with us. She's about to reunite with the doctor who saved her life at 35,000 feet. But first, NBC's Kristen Dahlgren. She joins us with details of Brittany's story. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, Brittany's just 28, so everything about this story is shocking, including the fact there were at least 3 doctors on their way to a cardiology conference on that plane. But it was really something that any of us could have done that ultimately saved Brittany's life.
It was supposed to be a bachelorette weekend in Arizona.
We were really looking forward to it.
But none of them could have predicted what would happen in the air just 2 hours into their trip.
I closed my eyes and went to sleep, and that's the last thing I remember until I woke up and I was like in a stretcher, like by the plane, going into an ambulance.
Brittany Matiro is 28. She works out 3 days a week.
I've never had any like health issues ever, like growing up.
But somewhere between Newark and Phoenix, her heart stopped. Luckily, Dr. Kashif Chaudhry was on his way to a cardiology conference when he heard her friend scream.
I found this woman who was completely unresponsive, slumped over, immediately checked for a pulse. There was no carotid pulse. There was no radial pulse as well. So at this time, at this point, I'm thinking maybe she's having a cardiac arrest.
He and his wife, who is also a doctor, sprung into action. He started CPR.
And about 90 seconds into CPR, she started moving a little bit. When she started moving, checked her pulse quickly. There was a pulse. It was a great pulse.
The plane diverted to Oklahoma City. Dr. Chaudhry's wife holding Brittany's hand.
Of just like a little flash of looking over on the plane and seeing a lady that wasn't my friend, like holding my hand.
According to Dr. Chaudhry, cardiac arrest can happen to anyone, but Brittany's case is unusual. 8% of cases occur in people under 40. Without early intervention, up to 90% of patients die before ever reaching the hospital.
Where would you be if he hadn't been on that plane?
I wouldn't be here, which is so crazy. I got lucky that there was multiple cardiologists on board, but at the end of the day, like anyone who knew CPR could have helped me.
Almost a month later, Brittany is doing well, still undergoing tests to see what went wrong, but determined to make sure she's ready if it happens to anyone else.
CPR is what saved my life, so I definitely just want to have, it's an easy, quick skill to learn.
And so Brittany and her friends are signing up for a class together, knowing just how important CPR is, guys.
All right. Thank you, Kristen. Brittany, we are so happy to see you in person. It's been a month since this happened. I cannot believe that story, but how are you feeling? And do you know what the source of the incident was?
So I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
Ever since like what happened, I always felt fine. I had a little chest soreness because I think they said like CPR is pretty tolling on your body, but I feel great. And yeah.
You're still waiting to find out. You've run through all the tests and still trying to figure out how it could have happened.
Going to a lot of different doctors. Like last week, I had to go to a neurologist and do this whole brain scan. That was like one of the pictures you saw. And I have to get like an MRI still. But everything they said has been coming back pretty normal, so we're still not sure what it could be.
What was it like when you came to and you realized this had happened to you? Here, you're a young woman having cardiac arrest, 35,000 feet. I mean, it's just astonishing to get your head around.
Yeah, it was like so crazy. Like I said, the only thing I remember is like taking a nap right before the flight. And then I woke up and I was in a stretcher going into an ambulance, and my friends telling me like, hey, we had to stop the flight in Oklahoma. We're going to the hospital. And I was just like, this is a dream. Like, this can't be real life. I still can't believe it happened.
I mean, the idea that there were doctors on board, doctors who were on the way to a conference.
Cardiologist.
Yes, and a cardiologist who happens to be here with us today. You haven't seen him in person since this happened. So we want to bring out Dr. Chaudhry. Come on out, Dr. Chaudhry.
Dr. Kashif Chaudhry.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
We should just say we'd all be hugging you, especially Brittany, but I know your COVID protocols don't allow it at your hospital. But
you look much different.
Dr. Chaudhry, I mean, this is incredible. Like, there's always sort of that idea that they're going to say over the loudspeaker, we need doctors. How did you first come to realize there was an emergency on board?
Yeah, so, 2 hours into the flight, I was trying to take a nap, and screams from the back, and I was like, I think there is an emergency, and 15 seconds later, there was an announcement of an overhead emergency. We ran to the seat, and we found Brittany slumped over, unresponsive, no pulse at all. And, sometimes you can have difficulty in assessing a pulse when someone's sitting or standing. So we laid her onto the aisle and then checked her pulse again. There was no pulse in her carotid and the wrist as well. So we knew she was having a cardiac arrest.
So you knew you had to jump into action right away. How much time did it take to revive her?
So it took about 90 seconds. And, we were not keeping time, but roughly so, because every 2 minutes we're trained to switch CPR. My wife was ready to take over when she started moving.
Your wife's a doctor, too.
She's a doctor.
I mean, can you believe
So here's one of your angels. I think you had 3 guardian angels on that flight. What's it like to kind of be sitting next to each other again?
Oh, it's so crazy. Because, I know we met before, but, I don't remember. And it's just, I'm just so thankful. Thank you so much.
Oh, no worries. I mean, the thing is, that I think the important lesson here is that anyone on that plane should have done the same and could have done the same. It's just CPR.
Well, people sometimes I think are afraid to do CPR, even if they, if they've had the training, they're thinking, what if it's not needed? Could I make things worse?
What if I don't do it right?
Yeah, so it's very understandable to be scared when someone's, unresponsive. You're thinking maybe I'd hurt them, but the American Heart Association states that, the benefit of starting chest compressions in a person who is having cardiac arrest far outweighs the risk to someone who doesn't need it. So you should just, if someone's unresponsive, you don't even need to be able to know how to check a pulse. If they are unresponsive, you're presuming cardiac arrest, just start CPR.
I love that you
and call 911.
Well, I love that you and your friends are actually taking the course. You're going to learn how to do it.
Telling everyone I know, I even was talking to my boss yesterday, and he's going to do a company-wide thing as well and bring it to everyone's attention. So I'm definitely telling everyone they should definitely learn, because Dr. Chaudhry was saying, yeah, he's a doctor and he helped me, but anyone on that plane who knew CPR could have saved my life as well.
How cool is it that you're sitting next to the guy who saved your life?
It's
I can't get over this.
And there were other doctors on the plane. You still keep in touch with them as well.
Yeah, so one of the other doctors, also a cardiologist, I believe he was helping Dr. Chaudhry with the AED machine, I believe it's called. I realized his practice is only about 30 minutes away, so I've been going to him because I figured he kind of saw what happened and he would be a good source.
I love how she said thank you, and you said no worries, just like it was Wednesday in your life.
Exactly.
Wow. Well, thank you both for being here. We really appreciate it. We're happy to see you, Brittany.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our next guest has been entertaining us since she was a kid. Raven-Symoné was just 4 years old when she first played Olivia on The Cosby Show. She went on to release music and star in her own sitcoms, That's So Raven and Raven's Home.
Well, now she and her wife, Miranda, are giving us a glimpse into her home life with her new YouTube show, 8 p.m.
In one episode, Miranda casually drops this little nugget during a road trip.
I left 2 potatoes in the oven, so hopefully this traffic.
You left them in the oven?
What do you mean? They weren't done. What am I supposed to do? Between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, you should have turned the oven off and let it just slowly...
Yeah. We'll update you guys on the status of our home once we get back there.
Is that for real? Is this for real?
Raven-Symoné,
was everything okay?
We assume the house is...
Everything was fine.
House
She
is
makes
intact.
the most amazing potatoes, even if she leaves them in the car, in the oven overnight.
Do they still taste good?
They always taste good. They always do.
You and your wife, Miranda, you get married during the pandemic, and now you've got this YouTube show together. Up until now, you had been keeping your private life fairly private. Why did you decide now would be a good time to start this show?
I figured now would be a good time because I found my life partner. I found the person that makes me feel comfortable and in my skin, and she's down for the cause. And, she kind of brought it to my attention. There are not a lot of people in the industry that are in our age bracket, a part of the LGBTQ plus community, multiracial, talented, and want to make positive change, want to have conversations, want to make sure that, if you don't agree, tell me why. You don't have to cuss me out. You don't have to cancel. You can just tell me why.
Talk about it.
And we can talk about it and we can learn from each other. And I learn from her every day, and hopefully she learns from me, vice versa. But I felt comfortable, and she's down for the cause. She's a good talker. She's much better than me.
I don't know if that's
it's very true. She makes you laugh, too. I know she's kind of the impetus behind these extra friends that you have show up on the show. These little cutouts. We've got the Queen.
Yeah, we got the Queen. We have Danny DeVito. We also...
Wait, is this for real?
No, listen. The house is flooded with celebrities. They might not have blood in their system, but they're definitely in the house. That's Nicolas Cage right there. It's always important to surround yourself with A-list. You know what I mean? You got to make sure that you're, high levels.
This is so funny.
Yeah, it's great.
You have been in our consciousness since you were 4 years old, and you go, That's So Raven, you're the Cheetah Girls, all this. As this happens, was this the natural progression to actually let us see you as opposed to these other characters?
I believe so, sir. I believe that when your outlet of YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and all of that allowed for me to say, hey, there's not a writer. There's not another creator behind the process of telling me how to show emotion. And that was hard for me too, because I'm trained to say the line and make somebody feel somebody else's words. And I'm learning more about myself with this process. I'm learning about being in a marriage. I'm learning about just who I am. Right before the pandemic started, I started realizing that I would talk and sit with people, and then on a joke, I would leave or face out.
Oh, geez.
And you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
For those who don't know, you got to face towards camera. So I'm like, hey, yeah, I know, right? And I'm like, I'm in real life right now. I need to get my life in order.
No freeze frame and credits roll.
I'm like, where's my card?
So I'm working on life.
One of the things that we all enjoy, in addition to like literally watching you grow up, you've become a bit of an activist at this point in your life. And for those who haven't been following the story closely, down in Florida this week, the governor there, Governor DeSantis, signed what some call the Don't Say Gay law. And Raven-Symoné and her fellow castmates decided to walk out.
Yeah.
You walked out there. You've since returned to work. But why was it so important for you and your castmates to do that?
Well, I am a part of the LGBTQ plus community. We have a lot of diversity on our set as well. And I'm going to say this, and this is my thing. If there's a Don't Say Gay bill, there should be a Don't Say Straight bill. Because it's not fair. And there are multiple kinds of humans in this world. And you are ruining the psyche, the confidence of so many young children because you are discrediting their parents, the people they love, the people that raise them, the people that teach them the manners when they walk into that schoolroom. So if you're not going to honor their family, your family shouldn't be honored either. So let's just make it even/equal, maybe.
We should point out we did reach out to the Walt Disney Company for comment. Haven't heard back, but after the bill was signed into law Monday, the company did release a statement, as you know, and that statement does read in part. We've put it on our screen here. Our goal as a company is for this law to be repealed by the legislature or struck down in the courts, and we remain committed to supporting the national and state organizations working to achieve that.
All right. And last but not least, you stay busy. I don't know how you juggle all these things. I told her during the commercial break, my kids have this healthy obsession with her. In Raven's home, we were in Puerto Rico. They got out of the pool so they could watch her show.
That's serious.
But when they're with you, I feel like they're safe.
Yes.
Like there's a message to it. There's a theme. Raven's Home, really quickly. Yeah. What do you want to say?
I just want to say we're in season 5 of Raven's Home. We have Rondell, Isaac, Emmy, Felix, Michael, Michelle. We are back in San Francisco, and things are popping. There are characters that you remember when back in That's So Raven. Adrian Bailon is making an appearance, and multiple other people. Please check it out on Disney Channel. Every Friday.
Do. Trust me.
Raven, thank you.
You're
Catch new episodes of 8 p.m. weekly on YouTube as well.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Okay, the Grammy Awards are this weekend in Las Vegas, and that's where our good pal Justin Sylvester is going to be
on the red carpet covering music's biggest night. What happened, Justin?
Oh, I'm still icing my face down from Sunday, girl. I can feel that slap still, honey.
What are you talking
This is going to be with me for a while.
You are so crazy.
I saw you out of the corner of my eye.
I was like, does he have an ice pack?
What is happening?
I know. What's going to happen?
Did you bring that ice pack to work?
Oh, I've been walking around with this literally since it happened, trying to keep the swelling down, because that's how hard he hit Chris Rock. I felt it in Los Angeles.
Oh,
okay.
All right. So now, following the Oscars, it seems like the Grammys will probably be a calm affair.
Calm? Are you crazy? This award show is in Vegas. It is going to be wild. And there are some things that you can expect. Obviously, Lil Nas X will perform, BTS, Billie Eilish, but there are a few unanswered questions.
Okay, tell us. What are they? Answer them.
Well, everybody wants to know, is Kanye gonna show up? You know that the Grammys pulled his performance after his online activity didn't line up to their standards. And he's been quiet lately, but this man is nominated for 5 Grammys. And something that Kanye is not gonna shy away from is a mic, okay? Am I right?
So you think he's gonna end up being there and possibly getting awards?
I think if Kanye saw what happened on Sunday, he was probably like, okay, is that what we're doing to comedians on award shows? Okay, let me see if I can just show up real quick.
Who's hosting the Grammys? Is there a host or is it?
Yes, that's the thing. Trevor Noah is hosting the Grammys, and he had tweeted something about Trevor Noah, but Trevor Noah actually said, don't cancel Kanye, counsel Kanye. So I think, you know, Trevor Noah would be like, come right on in, take a seat, be quiet, but take a seat.
Wow, that's gonna be, we're gonna be watching to see. Okay, Taylor Swift made some New York headlines.
She sure did.
Okay, I don't know about y'all, but
we're
if Taylor Swift, what's that?
We're Swifties.
Oh, I'm a Swiftie too.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a Swiftie too.
Just wanted to let you know.
And if you are an NYU student and you are a Swiftie as well, this woman is going to be the speaker at your commencement.
Whoa.
I mean, this is going to be huge. She's going to take over Yankee Stadium, and she's also going to receive an honorary doctorate.
And,
now,
I
This
feel
is
like
crazy.
we should go back to college for a day.
By the way, it's not just these graduates, it's the last couple of years because no one got a real ceremony, right?
That is so cool.
You are absolutely correct, but I gotta ask you guys something. I mean, do people not trust me with a microphone? Because you two have done it, but no one has ever asked me to give a commencement speech.
Yet.
How did you even find those
The word
pictures?
is yet. Yet.
Oh, I think once I got on, the kids would be like, do I leave college? Am I supposed to go out into the world? Because the first thing I would say is, stay in school, girl. The job market is terrible.
You are so... By the way, do you know that there is a course at NYU for kids to learn about Taylor Swift? And you can't get in the
lyrics.
course.
They
It's
study
sold
all
out.
the lyrics. They're studying James and August and Invisible String.
It's all sold out. You can't get in.
I heard Jenna Bush Hager is first on the list for the waiting list.
I'm auditing that class next year.
All right.
Okay, season 2 of Bridgerton. We need to binge ASAP. Have you binged it?
Okay. I saw the first 3 episodes, and I gotta say something, you guys. So it is breaking records.
Yes.
Netflix records shook. 193 million hours in its first 3 hours. It is the most viewed opening. I do have to say, though, I have a question for Shonda Rhimes. Where is the beef? I want to clutch my pearls. Where's the booty? Where's the sex? It's a lot more tamer. Yes, there's a lot more tamer than season 1. You know what I mean?
Oh, but that
But
didn't
is it
happen
still
until...
But is it still sensual? You don't always have to have the booty out. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, sensual. Wow.
Yes, come on.
I don't know, girl. We just got off a sex life, okay? I'm looking for some sex life
Okay,
stuff.
but here's the thing, Justin. That stuff didn't happen until episode 7, which we all remember very vividly. So maybe you just gotta wait.
Wait, hold on. I thought you were about to say that stuff didn't happen until now. I'm like, no, people were getting raunchy in the 1800s, honey. Trust me. I've seen some books. They were nasty in the old English times.
Justin, we love you.
Justin.
You are so funny.
Okay, you can catch Justin weekdays on Daily Pop. And you can also watch Justin. We'll be watching him. He's going to be at the Grammys red carpet.
Yes.
What are you wearing, Justin? Did that backless number come in the right size? No.
There was a McQueen mix-up. It did not come
He didn't
through,
get to
but
go
I will not
backless.
disappoint on Sunday.
Oh, you will not disappoint.
Okay, I can't wait.
And
I hope it's some leather, some leather.
We'll see
or
you
something.
Monday, too. Okay, don't forget.
Don't
no,
laugh every time you say it.
There is a new episode of Savannah's cooking show. It's out today. Be sure to check it out. It's called Starting From Scratch. It's right here on Today All Day.
And it's not a joke.
It's not. It's
we
real.
have a delicious recipe. This isn't your grilled cheese and your pancakes, okay? This is legit.
It is?
Chicken shawarma.
You did not.
We'll show you tomorrow.
Sweet.
sponsored by Walmart.
What up, y'all? Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Pasta is a staple for so many weeknight meals.
It's easy to make, pretty hard to screw up, and oh so satisfying. I'm making pillowy soft ricotta gnocchi with peas and parm in a buttery sauce.
And I'm cooking up a creamy chicken stroganoff with baby bella mushrooms.
And I'm whipping up a spicy vegan pasta alla vodka. So start boiling some water.
It's time to use that noodle.
And let's get cooking.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
I have to admit, pasta is one of my go-to comfort foods, so I am very excited to share this recipe with you. The first thing we want to do is take our gorgeous ricotta and actually lay it out in a thin layer on paper towels. Since the ricotta is the base of our dough, we need to remove some of that moisture so it ends up really nice and light and fluffy rather than dense. We are going to let this sit for about 12 to 15 minutes just to make sure that the paper towel absorbs that moisture, but lucky for me, I made one before. And here is how it ends up looking when it is done. Stunning. Okay, so now let's just make our dough. We have our ricotta right here. Plop it right on in. So we have 2 large eggs here. I'm going to crack them right into our bowl. 1 cup of finely grated Parmigiano Reggiano cheese and some kosher salt, just to awaken the flavor. Before we add in our flour, we are going to delicately mix it all together so it creates a really light, fluffy consistency. So now that this is looking really beautifully mixed together, that is when we know it is time to start adding in our flour. It's really important here to add your flour in 1/4 cup at a time because we don't want to develop too much gluten, but we also want to make sure that our ricotta stays nice and fluffy. I'm just going to delicately mix it until there are no more big bits of flour, and we'll just keep mixing. Our final 1/4 cup. There we go, looking good. Now it is time to shape our gnocchi. And then we're going to take our dough mixture, kind of form it into a bit of a, it feels so good. It feels like a baby's bottom. Can we use that in the final cut? It's what it feels like. Okay, and now we're going to dust the top with a bit more flour. And this is my favorite tool whenever I'm making pasta, also whenever I'm cooking to easily pick things up. It is called a bench scraper. It's typically used for decorating cakes, making sure you have a nice smooth line of frosting around your cake, but it does such a good job of picking things up, and it also does a great job of cutting things really evenly. And we are going to cut this into quarters. And the next thing we're going to do is we are going to roll this out into a beautiful snake that is about 1 inch thick. It feels so nice, so soft. I like to cut off the end first, just because this end, it doesn't look as nice. And then what I'll do is I will just keep cutting little 1 inch pieces of pasta. And look at that. They look like little pillows, don't they? Look at how beautiful this is looking. And what we're going to do is we'll take that same bench scraper that we have, lift them up, and transfer them to a parchment lined baking sheet. All right, and we're just going to repeat this with our remaining pieces of gnocchi dough. Looking good. Before we cook our gnocchi, I want to get started on the star of our sauce. This is a lemon butter sauce, so we are going to be using the zest and juice of 2 gorgeous lemons. And I'm going to show you my favorite way to prepare lemon zest. So we're just going to take the peeler and run it along lengthwise on this lemon, pulling the zest off of the lemon. So I'm just gonna remove any of this extra pith. And the reason why I'm removing this pith is because the pith is a bit bitter and we don't want any of that bitterness. And as you can see, I've stacked up all of this lemon into cute little, almost soldiers, if you will. Take your knife and rock it back and forth along that peel. It smells amazing. And you can see how beautiful these strips are. And then what we'll do is we'll take these shreds and turn them, and then we will run our knife across again to mince that lemon. And it took me a while to master these skills, let me tell you. It really all comes down to practicing over and over and over again. It's really repetition here. And now I'm just gonna take my knife and run through this a few more times. It's smelling absolutely amazing. Look at that zest though. I mean, it's like freshly fallen snow. Okay, let's clean up, get our water a-boiling, and finish up this gnocchi. Our water is boiling. It is time to cook our gnocchi, and you gotta pay attention because this all happens pretty quickly. But I promise you, you have all of the tools to absolutely crush it. The first thing we wanna do is salt our water. I'm taking kosher salt. Okay, this is boiling beautifully, and we can use our fingers to plop these in, because let me tell you, they are light and pillowy, and dropping them all in at once is going to cause them to smush together. We want these to cook until they float to the top, okay? They basically tell us, they're like, hey, what's up? And then to save some time, we are actually going to take our frozen peas and we're gonna pop those in as well. So this pasta water is liquid gold. I call it unicorn juice whenever I'm cooking because all of the starch in the water itself is actually going to help bind our sauce together. And we're going to start adding in our cubed unsalted butter, a couple tablespoons at a time. You really want it to be cold butter because our goal here is to really emulsify everything. Take a whisk. Start whisking everything up. The gnocchi's starting to float. And now we are ready to bring our sauce and our gnocchi together. I've actually turned off the heat. If it is too hot, it may cause your sauce to break. So just make sure you turn that heat off. Next up, we're going to add in half of our lemon zest. How good does this look? Okay, next up, we are going to slowly add in our parm. Keep on mixing it back and forth so that it melts in a nice, even fashion. It is smelling so good. And as you can see, it is really looking super glossy. And it is tasting delish. So add in the lemon juice a little bit at a time. Again, we want to emulsify this in. We don't want to freak out the gorgeous sauce that we just worked so hard to build. It is coating all of those beautiful pillows of gnocchi. And now it is time to plate it up. Oh my gosh, you guys, how gorgeous does this look? Okay, a little extra parm, some freshly ground black pepper, and then I'll take a little bit of fresh mint, a little drizzle of olive oil, gives the pasta gorgeous sheen, and there you go, homemade ricotta gnocchi in a lemon butter sauce with peas and mint. so excited to try this. It is melting in my mouth. The parm adds the perfect amount of nuttiness and saltiness. I don't have any other words to say except I know you're gonna love this. So good.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
When you hear stroganoff, you're probably thinking beef, but this creamy comfort food pairs incredibly well with chicken. But the best part about this dish is that it all comes together in one pot. Less mess is always a win in my kitchen. All right, so first what we're gonna do is we're gonna make our dry rub. I like to use a little bit of smoked paprika. You can use the regular paprika too, but I think smoked flavors just bring a lot more body to your recipes. And then a little bit of dried thyme, and then a little bit of garlic powder. Give that a good swish. All right, now let's move on to our chicken breast. Now I've just got some lean, skinless chicken breasts, and I'm not sure about you, but I like to cut mine up into smaller pieces. The reason why, it's gonna cook a lot faster. All right, y'all, let's add this to our bowl. Get your hands all up in there. Don't be scared to get your hands dirty. I'm gonna just rinse off the cutting board and wash our knives so we can prep the mushrooms. Okay, now I'm gonna be using some baby Bella mushrooms. I think they're super delicious. I'm just gonna slice this into small slices just like this. So I've got a ton of mushrooms here and you're probably thinking, yo, Kev, that's not gonna fit in my pan. Don't worry, mushrooms are kind of like spinach. Once you start cooking them and add some heat to them, they shrivel up really, really small. So they will fit, I promise you that. Our mushrooms are cut up. I'm gonna set these aside. And now we're gonna fire up our pan and get cooking. All right, we're gonna place this on a medium high heat. Okay, with it nice and hot, in goes the oil. This is a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of heart health, a little sprinkle of that. Then I like to grab some tongs and in goes our chicken. Ooh, I love that sizzle sound. We want a nice sear, a nice color on the chicken. There we go. You're gonna wanna cook this for about 4 to 5 minutes on each side, and then look at this. Oh, just lift it up. And look at that beautiful color on the chicken. Move it around a little bit. If you're feeling brave, you can go ahead and toss it, but again, this is a no mess recipe, so the least amount of mess you can make in your kitchen, the better. This chicken is just about ready. I'm gonna move my mushrooms a little bit closer. And then I'm gonna use my tongs. I'm gonna start taking out the pieces of chicken. Oh my God, look at that. It's just looking so good. Kev, you did that. If you're not your best cheerleader in the kitchen, I don't know what you're doing. You gotta just give yourself a pat on the back. It smells so good, it looks so good. Exactly what we want. I'm gonna set this over here. Now, I'm gonna add in the mushrooms now. Now there's a lot of chicken flavor here. Ready? So we want that. Oh, we got a good sear here. I'm just gonna wilt them just a little bit by using a little bit of our chicken broth. Just a little bit, just to create some steam. And also this is gonna help to deglaze the bottom of our skillet as well. I'm gonna get my Salt Bae on, give me a little pinch of salt, just a little bit, boom. And the cool thing about mushrooms is that as they're shrinking up too, you know, they're just soaking up all this flavor. So people that say, I don't like mushrooms, I'm like, yo man, mushrooms are like flavor bombs. They make your mouth water. It's that umami factor. More love to mushrooms this year. Now we're gonna try to create a little bit of a thick gravy here. We're gonna add in a little bit of flour. I'm gonna give this a quick toss first. Then we're gonna add in about a cup of our chicken broth. And what you'll see here, you're gonna still deglaze, but you see now the chicken broth is really cloudy, and that's because it's turning into that gravy that we want. I'm also gonna add in a little bit of Dijon. And just keep stirring, and this is looking beautiful. All right, now let's begin to bring everything together. In goes our chicken broth. Reserve some, then grab yourself the egg noodles, sprinkle those on, and then pour in the rest of that broth. And the noodles are going to absorb all of this liquid that's now like a gravy. So we're gonna bring it to a light simmer, and you can see right here inside, got the little light simmer going. That's just about right. And then we're gonna cover and cook this for about 7 minutes. Oh my gosh, I stirred these once. Oof, they are looking good. Always check your noodles. And if you're thinking like, Kev, it's looking a little watery, what am I gonna do? Don't worry, I got you. Remember that it's gonna thicken up as it cools, but also it's gonna thicken up because we're going to add in our Greek yogurt now. Greek yogurt is really high in protein, and it's really, really, really thick. And look at this. It looks like I added cheese, but I have not at all. And this is our swap for sour cream. Last bit of work, we're gonna add in our chicken. Well, you can't be here to smell it, but I'm just gonna describe it. We need that smell-o-vision from Willy Wonka. So I'm gonna plate it right here and finish it off with some fresh parsley. You like smothered chicken? Try this chicken stroganoff. You're seeing it first here today, and then today, All Day Kitchen. I'm just gonna hit it with some fresh black pepper. Ooh, look at that. I don't know about y'all, but I'm excited about eating. Here we go. Get a little bit of mushroom, a little bit of egg noodle, and then some of this succulent, lean chicken breast. Oh my God. Yeah, this will make you get happy in church. Ooh, there you go. I guarantee your friends and family are going to love this dish.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I grew up on Staten Island, so I can't even tell you how many pasta dishes I've eaten over the years. One of my absolute favorites is penne alla vodka. So today, I'm giving that beautiful pink sauce a vegan makeover. And I'm putting a little twist on that penne too. Let's get started with the crunchy breadcrumb topping. So first, I'm gonna get a small skillet over medium-low heat, and we're gonna add in a little bit of olive oil. So for our breadcrumbs, we're gonna use panko breadcrumbs. I love using panko because it's extra crunchy and it's plain, so we can add anything to it and really manipulate those flavors. And the way we're gonna do that is by adding some red chili flakes because we want this spicy, and a little bit of nutmeg to really round out those flavors and add that earthy component. A little bit of kosher salt, and a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. And we're gonna cook this over medium-low until it gets a nice golden brown color. So we're essentially just toasting it in the pan. This usually takes about 5 minutes to get nice and golden and crispy. This is a test. If it loosely moves in the pan, that means it's ready. So to start off any good sauce, you have to start off with your aromatics. We're gonna start with 1 medium white onion and some garlic. So we just wanna get a small dice on this. And next up, garlic. We're using about 4 cloves of garlic. I just like to give them a light crush to help me with the chopping process. Another great way to prep all of this is actually just blitzing it up in a food processor. Just putting it on chop and giving it a few pulses and it'll all be roughly chopped. So you want to start off with a really large pan and get it over medium-high heat. To this, we're gonna add a layer of olive oil, and we're also gonna add in 1 tablespoon of vegan butter. Traditional vodka sauce is so indulgent and creamy, so we're gonna add a few vegan options to help bring that creaminess to the sauce. So now that our oil is hot and the butter is sizzling, let's go in with our onion and garlic. You also wanna get some salt in at this point because that's gonna help the onions sweat out all of their moisture. Now, I said this was spicy vodka sauce, so now come in our spicy elements. We're gonna add some red chili flakes, but let's not stop there. We're gonna add in one of my favorite chili peppers, Calabrian chilies. And I just so happen to be wearing chili earrings to celebrate the occasion. So we wanna cook these for about 5 minutes until the onions are sweating and almost translucent. So now let's go in with our tomato paste. The tomato paste is gonna add basically a really concentrated tomato flavor. So it's gonna feel like we've been cooking this sauce all day, but really, we haven't been. So get this incorporated into the onions. So, the star of the show, some vodka. No, this is not a shot for me. This is for the pasta. Maybe that'll be later. So once we add the vodka in, all of that alcohol is gonna evaporate, so you don't have to worry about any alcohol actually being in there, but the flavor of the vodka will become concentrated, which is what adds that unique flavor to vodka sauce, which I happen to love. We're gonna go in with some crushed tomatoes. We're gonna go in with a little sugar. Now, don't hate on this. This is really gonna help balance the flavors again. There's a lot of acidity in the tomatoes, and then we also have a lot of spice. So the sugar is gonna help round everything out, as well as some dried oregano. So I actually like to take this and rub it in between my fingers to get the oils in the oregano activated. We want our spicy vodka sauce to be smooth and silky. And in order to achieve that, we're gonna use an immersion blender. This looks great. Look how vibrant that is. It really is starting to look like vodka sauce. So now we're gonna add a few dairy elements to our sauce. We're gonna add a little bit of vegan creamer, as well as some vegan cream cheese. So you wanna make sure to incorporate all of that in, and you can see the color is this beautiful light orange vodka sauce color. We're gonna add in 1 whole sprig of fresh basil, right in, and we're gonna let that simmer with the sauce. Okay, let's check in our pasta water. Oh, it's boiling. Before we do anything, we always wanna salt our pasta water. And now for our pasta. I just wanna show you guys how fun this is. So this is called a Colony Pompeii. I think Colony means column, and Pompeii is obviously a city in Italy. But to me, it's just a beautiful large fusilli, and it looks delicious to eat. So we're gonna get these in. This pasta is so big, it takes about 10 or 12 minutes to cook. So I'm gonna start cleaning up and get everything out of the way and get ready to plate.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Our pasta looks ready, so let's add it into our vodka sauce. Beautiful. This is so fun. Look at these swirls. And this is liquid gold. This is our starchy, salted water. So we're actually gonna add a little ladle into our pasta to make it even silkier. You wanna make sure to gently combine this with the sauce because we don't wanna break up our beautiful giant swirls of pasta. Look how fun this looks. I'm so excited to eat it, but we can't forget about our spicy, crunchy breadcrumb topping. So it's now completely cooled, so we can just use our hands to garnish it as if we were garnishing it with Parmesan. And then if we want to be extra fancy, we can add a little sprig of fresh basil. Okay, I've waited long enough, so we're now ready to dig in. I'm so excited to eat this shape. I feel like the proper way is from the bottom. Wow, I think Staten Island would be proud. This is so delicious and so fun. Look at that. Chef's kiss. This is delicious.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in editors' picks. This is Shop All Day, women-owned businesses.
Hi, I'm Chassie Post, and we're back today with a new episode of Shop All Day. And in honor of Women's History Month, we are celebrating women-owned businesses and the ladies who built them. From cosmetics to jewelry, we even have bathing suits made for all body types. And later, a conversation with Nancy Twine, the woman who founded Buzzy brand Briogeo Hair Care. And remember, see that QR code on the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. First, we have Fortune and Frame, a woman-owned business known for their wonderfully unique jewelry and accessories that are designed to hold fortunes, love notes to self, and special messages. So the original concept came about when designer Gretel Going got an insightful fortune from a fortune cookie and wanted to hold on to it. And she shoved it behind a refrigerator magnet and forgot about it. So when the fortune kept falling onto the kitchen floor, an idea was born. And Gretel didn't have a background in jewelry, but she took a leap and spent the next 2 years knocking on doors in Manhattan's jewelry district, hoping that someone would show her the ropes. And right when she was about to give up, she met her mentor, the wife of a jeweler, who took her under her wing and taught her everything she knew about making models, molds, and casting the pieces. And these designs became the brand's now iconic Fortune lockets and frames. So here we have some of her best-selling pieces. So starting with the Secret Diary book locket. And look how beautiful these are. Also, we have the Fortune locket and, of course, the Fortune cookie locket. And what is so amazing about these lockets is they open up to reveal these little beautiful special messages. And the cool thing is you can choose from over 600 different messages on the Fortune and Frame site. Or, and I love this, you can actually personalize your own message. I also think these make really, really special gifts, and they come in these gorgeous little boxes. Next, let's talk beauty. Bossy Cosmetics was founded by a Boston-born and Nigeria-raised Aisha Dozier, a self-described lipstick junkie who says she never imagined starting a global beauty brand when she started her career as an investment banker over 20 years ago. After leaving her finance career, Aisha was diagnosed with severe hypertension and took a sabbatical at Stanford University. And it was there that she realized that what really brought her happiness was mentoring women. So she committed to building a business that combined her passion for beauty and mentorship. And gosh, she's done just that. Bossy Cosmetics was created as a beauty brand that cares more about how women feel than anything else, with the intention to empower women to look, feel, and do good. And it all started with lipstick. Yes, Aisha says she defines lipstick as her love language. And she also calls lipstick a superpower that boosted her confidence throughout her career in a male-dominated profession. So today we've got some of Bossy's best-selling products, starting with, you guessed it, a lipstick. So here we have the Power Woman Essentials Bullet Lipstick, and this is the #1 bestseller for them. And the brand says they're infused with watermelon seed oil, and they give a really velvety, ultra matte finish. Plus, they're also vegan and cruelty-free. Now, we also have another bestseller of theirs, the Power Woman Essentials Liquid Lipstick, and the brand says that these formulations are infused with vitamin E. And lastly, Bossy Cosmetics is not just about lipstick. Here we have one of their best-selling eyeshadow palettes, which also happens to be their first eyeshadow palette, and it has 9 gorgeous colors. Now, if you've ever been intimidated by fake lashes or have always wanted to try them but have been worried that they might be too much for every day, then get ready for some good news. Jenna Lyons, the former creative director and president of J.Crew, and in my opinion, one of the most influential style arbiters of the past 2 decades, has reinvented the fake lash. Yes, Jenna is making waves once again with her launch of Lovescene, a collection of accessible fake lashes designed for women who are looking for something more natural-ish. That's her word, and I love it. Jenna saw a hole in the market for less dramatic fake lashes, and she says that she wanted to create lashes that would amplify one's own beauty and help people look like themselves, only brighter. So she teamed up with makeup artist Troy Olivier, and they went to work in true meticulous fashion. Lovescene offers 8 different styles of cruelty-free and affordable lashes in different colors, and you can also choose from different lengths and fullnesses and looks that take you from no makeup to a full beat of makeup. And the brand even says that each pair has been designed to work on every eye shape and skin tone and can be worn up to 10 times. So here we have Lovescene's starter kit. It comes with 2 sets of lashes, some of their favorite tried and true glue, and it also comes with this case, which I think is so chic. And because you can use the lashes up to 10 times, you can store them right in here. And here's an eyelash tool that they invented that helps you put on your eyelashes more easily. And lastly, meet Asutra, a women-founded and women-led company dedicated to creating products that help to promote active self-care. And I really love their motto: self-care isn't selfish. Asutra is owned by Stephanie Morimoto, who is the CEO, and Venus Williams. Yup, that Venus Williams, who is part owner and their chief brand officer. And the brand also says that they are passionate about the natural ingredients that they use in their products, like organic plants and minerals and essential oils. And they also say that their products are paraben and petroleum free. So we've got some of their most popular products here with us, starting with one of my absolute favorites that I have personally used. This is their Soak the Day Away Ultimate Relaxation Dead Sea Bath Salts. They've got a lavender and rosemary fragrance. They also have one with eucalyptus. And I've got to tell you, when you use these, you just take a scoop, you put it in the bath, and it really does feel like a spa day right at home. Next, we have another product that really put the brand on the map, and these are the natural yoga mat cleaners, and you can choose from 7 different essential oil blends, and these also smell just so fabulous. And lastly, we have 2 of their newer products. First, the Melt Body Butter. It is so luxurious, and the brand says that it has lavender and magnesium. And also, we have another new product, and this is the lavender body oil, and oils are such a big trend right now. So let's go through these products one more time, and you can use the QR code to get instant access to these items. We've got the Fortune & Frame jewelry, the Bossy Cosmetics lipsticks and palette, the Lovescene false eyelashes, and the Asutra products. So that's it for Style Finder. Up next, Mako Ndlovu has an inspiring conversation with the founder of Briogeo Hair Care, whose deep conditioning mask is sweeping social media.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that.
I want to stop for a second.
In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders, and they'll share their favorite products and must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget that QR code on the corner of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. Nancy Twine traded in her Wall Street career and created Briogeo hair care using her mother's beauty recipes. I love that. Hi, Nancy. So glad that you are here. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm actually in Utah right now for a ski weekend.
Oh, nice. You have this amazing hair care brand called Briogeo. What inspired you to start it?
Yeah, it's so funny. People ask me that because I'm not a hairstylist and I'm not a chemist. And actually the inspiration comes from my mom, who was a physician and a chemist. And growing up, my mom used to make so many of our beauty and personal care products from scratch in the kitchen of our home. And I was essentially her sous chef. So at a very young age, I learned about the possibilities of taking clean, natural ingredients and transforming them into highly effective beauty products.
Oh, that's beautiful. How do you see your mom's influence from that time in the kitchen sort of transfer to the products, or is there any influence right now?
There's so much influence. So the formulas that we create at Briogeo are a lot more complex. They're utilizing a lot more just advanced natural chemistry and ingredients that just weren't accessible to me and my mom when we were doing this back in the day. But so many of the ingredients that have inspired the formulas are the same ingredients that we use at home in our formulas. So there's definitely a lot of inspiration from those childhood memories.
Oh, I love that. I know mom has got to be so proud. I'm looking at your hair and it's so beautiful. So the person who uses Briogeo, what is their hair story?
So one of the things that makes Briogeo so unique is that our hair care products are for all different hair textures and types. And one of the things that I really sought out to do when creating Briogeo was to really unite people through one hair care brand. And also, instead of using harsh chemicals or additives, we use clean, naturally powered ingredients that really bring out the healthiness and the shine and the beauty in your hair naturally.
I love that all hair textures can use this product, and it's all about the luster and the shine. I have to tell you, the name of the product line is so interesting to me. What was the inspiration behind Briogeo?
Yes, so Briogeo is a unique word to our brand. It's not used anywhere else in the world, to my knowledge. And the word Briogeo is broken up into two different parts. So the word brio is actually an Italian word that means vibrant, colorful, full of life. And that really represents the passion and the essence of our brand that we really hope to inspire in every person. It's really all about celebrating what makes you unique. And the word geo is a Latin word that means of earth or of nature, and that speaks to our clean ingredient methodology. So Briogeo really encompasses who we are from the inside out.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that explanation. You know what else I love? Following the brand on social media. They have a cult following. What's the #1 product that you get the most feedback on? What do you think people love the most?
So the #1 product is this product here. I have it with me. It's the Don't Despair Repair Deep Conditioning Mask. This is a holy grail. Like I said, I'm out here in Utah. It's really cold, and oftentimes the winter months can bring about a lot of dryness to the hair. And dryness is one of the biggest culprits to damage. And so this product is clinically proven to reduce breakage. It brings back the natural shine, luster of your hair. And not only does it help to repair breakage, it also helps to prevent future damage. And it's a really, really fantastic product. And I see you opening it up right now. And I'm so glad that you did, because it has this incredible like texture that almost looks like pudding. It's kind of like this pudding treatment for your hair. It has really concentrated natural oils, vitamins, and antioxidants that really restore the vitality of the hair. And this is our #1 best-selling product. And it has been since we launched the brand back in 2013.
I can see why. It feels so creamy. It feels like it's gonna nourish my hair. And so how do you use it? Do you put like a shower cap on top of it? Do you put it when your hair is wet? How does it work?
That's a great question. This is actually a weekly treatment, and you use this in place of your conditioner when you use it. So after shampooing, you rinse out the shampoo, you wring the hair of excess water, and then you apply 1 to 2 walnut-sized amounts from root to tip, or where you're experiencing the most damage. You leave it in for at least 10 minutes and then you rinse it out. But you brought up a really good idea, because those that have very severe damage may want an even more intense mask experience. So you can actually apply it out of the shower, put a plastic cap over the hair to really lock in that moisture and seal in the nutrients, and then you can wash it out an hour later. But you certainly can do that.
Let me tell you something, my hair is heat damaged, so I'm always in search of products that will restore my hair to its original form. Okay, let's move on to the other product that you brought for us. This is also another favorite of yours. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so this actually comes from another brand. It's a Black-owned brand skincare line at Sephora. It's called Shani Darden. I had the pleasure of meeting Shani Darden. She's an esthetician and has been creating incredible products. And this here is the Retinol Reform Cream. And I've got to tell you, I've used retinols before and they tend to dry out my skin. What's so unique about this product is that it's so hydrating. So you get the benefits of retinol, which is really great for fine lines, wrinkles, any sort of blemishes over time. It really helps to fade them, but it also locks in the moisture. So I don't wake up the next morning with dry, flaky skin. My skin is actually hydrated. And this is like one of the only formulas of retinol that I found like this.
Oh my gosh. I mean, you see the difference in my hands where I put the product and where I didn't. I can just imagine that on my face. Okay, thank you for putting me onto this. I love it. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about your journey. I'm so intrigued by it because you started in finance and then you transitioned to being sort of your own boss. What was that transition like for you?
Yeah, you know, it was a bit daunting, especially because I didn't have a start in beauty. I had never even worked in marketing. So, you know, so much of what I had to learn just came from my experience as a beauty consumer and trying to figure out what would I want. You know, if I was the Briogeo client, how would I want to be marketed to? You know, obviously there's such a diverse spectrum of hair textures out there. And as I mentioned before, Briogeo is for everyone. It's not just for me, it really is for everyone. So one of the things that I had to do very early on was to create a very diverse focus group to test the products to make sure that all hair textures and types really got great results with the formulas. But there was certainly a lot of trial and error during the early years. And as I've expanded the business, I've brought on employees and a really top-notch management team that does have that industry experience to help me to continue to scale and grow the company.
You can't just do it alone, right? It's good to have a team of people that can help you sort of pursue that dream. And one of the things that you're really passionate about is giving advice to entrepreneurs. You tell them to keep pushing through. How do you do that in your business journey?
Yeah, it's such a great question. And so much of my ability to be able to do that has really just been focused on my own personal wellness practice, being able to make calm decisions, not out of haste, being able to kind of step back and process things. And then also realize that when you get bumped up against challenges, it doesn't mean that you should stop. It means that you just have to find a new way of doing things. So to me, my wellness practices of meditation and yoga have allowed me to kind of create a mindset that really has been able to fuel so much of my entrepreneurial journey.
Balance is everything, Nancy, right? Sort of having those tools to help you be equipped with dealing with the challenges. Speaking of the challenges, what's the biggest no that you've received in your career, and how did you bounce back from that?
I remember early on, there was a big retail chain that I was exploring. And I remember I didn't get the opportunity to retail because they felt like I didn't have enough brand awareness at the time. And I'm actually so glad that opportunity didn't work out for us, because in retrospect, I realized that they actually weren't the right fit for the brand in terms of what they would really be able to bring to the table to support us. So in that moment, when I got that no from the retailer, it felt like doomsday. But I kept pressing on, and looking back, it was actually a bit of a blessing in disguise.
Oh, you know, when you get that no, when you're on the other side of it, you can understand why it needed to happen that way. But when you get that initial no, it is so crushing. So let's go back to being with your mom. What would you tell that little girl?
I think that, you know, being open-minded about your career, but also leading with passion. Passion allows you to unlock so many opportunities and gifts and strengths within you that perhaps you didn't know even existed. So whether you go down the entrepreneurial journey or maybe you're working for a company, both are great opportunities, but just try to find something that you can root yourself in passion, because that's where you're going to find the most happiness and the most success.
That's really good advice. I love your passion. Thank you for sharing it with us. Nancy, it was a pleasure chatting with you today. Enjoy your time in Utah, okay?
Thank you so much.
You too. Take care. All right, now let's run through the products one more time. The Briogeo Deep Conditioning Mask and the Shani Darden Retinol Reform. Up next, Adriana Brock continues celebrating Women's History Month with her editor's picks. She has more on the inspiring women who founded bathing suits and undergarments for all body types. Don't go away.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, welcome back to the show. We've been celebrating the women behind iconic brands we love and use. I have my own editor's picks that include everything from fashion to beauty, all founded with a purpose by women. And see that QR code on the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. Let's get started. Lori Coulter and Reshma Chattoram Chamberlain only founded Somersault in 2017, but it has already made some serious waves in the world of swimwear. The brand used over 1.5 million measurements from a group of 10,000 women to create what we've dubbed universally flattering for all women. It's the swimsuit called the side stroke. And according to the brand, it's made with a fabric that provides compression, support, and coverage, which is just what we all need in a swimsuit to make us feel confident. Somersault also makes clothing items from swim cover-ups to dresses and loungewear. We've got the French terry shirt and shorts, which are made for life away from the beach and pool. Reviewers love how versatile the pieces are. You can mix and match them. And from bathing suits to undergarments, Parade founder Cami Tellez didn't feel as though the underwear models she saw in the mall growing up were truly representative of what real confidence and self-expression felt like. So she created her own brand to change the narrative. When the brand launched, underwear was its main draw. Now Parade has become a buzzy destination for everything from briefs to boy shorts, bralettes, loungewear, and bodysuits. All of the brand's fabrics are made with recycled materials, and two of the brand's best sellers are the Triangle Bralette and the Briefs, which according to the brand is made with the Replay fabric, which is a blend of recycled nylon and spandex. Now, this next product was created out of problem solving. Melissa Mash, Deepa Gandhi, and Jessie Dover launched Dagny Dover in 2013. The goal was to create problem-solving bags for every kind of lifestyle. Today, the brand makes everything from weekender bags to pouches. We have the Dakota backpack, which is the perfect solution for everybody from busy parents to commuters and travelers. It is the perfect size to fit all of the essentials that you need, and it's made with a stretchable neoprene fabric, so you can really pack it full. Most of Dagny Dover's bags are water resistant according to the brand, and they're designed to stand up to whatever the day brings, with features like a laptop sleeve and a shoe bag. And in the beauty department, we talked to Nancy Twine of Briogeo earlier. The brand makes award-winning products that are free from sulfates, silicones, parabens, and other harmful chemicals that can damage hair and are made with naturally derived ingredients according to the brand. The deep conditioning mask is made with hair-loving ingredients like rosehip oil and algae extract to repair damage and deliver on shine. And another one that our editors love from this brand is this Scalp Revival Drops. It is a treatment made to target dandruff, and it's formulated with tea tree oil and biotin. After one use, 91% of users in a study felt that their scalp was less itchy, according to the brand. Next up, Cocokind founder Priscilla Tsai couldn't find any products that helped treat her hormonal acne, so she created her own. She quit her job in Wall Street to launch Cocokind in 2015. The brand launched with just 5 products hitting the shelves of Whole Foods, but the My Matcha stick came later on and it has become one of the favorites. Our editors on the team love this little stick. It can be used to treat dry skin anywhere on your body, including under your eyes, on your hands, on your lips. It is made with just 3 ingredients, which is also really great: coconut oil, beeswax, and organic matcha tea. And it smells so good. And lastly, this Brazilian beauty blogger Camila Coelho started her career by uploading makeup tutorials to YouTube in 2010. Today, she has her own fashion line, beauty line, and over 1 million YouTube subscribers. Ella Luz is her beauty line, officially launched in August of 2020, and has become a favorite of beauty lovers everywhere. The brand's beauty oil is a no-brainer for nourishing your skin year-round, according to the founder, who says she can be really picky about skincare products, which is why she launched it. It's super hydrating and lightweight, and also packed with Brazilian superfood ingredients. The Shop Today team also really loves the oil-infused lip gloss from the brand. It comes in 5 different shades, from neutral tones to a bold, bright red that you're going to want to keep in your makeup bag all season long. And let's run through the products one more time. The items from Somersault, the Parade undergarments, the Dagny Dover backpack, Briogeo deep conditioning mask and scalp treatment, Coco Kind moisture stick, and the Ella Luz Beauty Oil and Lip Stain. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Tune in next week for another episode of Shop All Day.
So I understand that this is the first time you guys have been together to actually do an interview for Bel Air.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah.
This is right.
First time together.
It's our first dance. I hope
prepared.
we make it.
And that's the thing, it's going to get very chaotic very, very quickly.
I know.
Because
you never know
all our brains are connected in a weird way, so we keep finishing each other's sentences. It's
amazing.
It'll be fun.
You know, in watching you all get ready, there is such a camaraderie amongst this cast, which says to me that you are really great actors, because in this show, at least the first 3 episodes I've seen, there's a lot of conflict going on here.
Yeah.
Is that I'm assuming is really great acting and writing.
Yeah. Isn't it funny? I think the way we let the steam out of the show is that all we do is have fun and laugh. But really, isn't the show just about like a family and heart? And, you know, in the midst of all that heart, you have some, conflict.
And conflict. And,
exactly.
Yeah.
So, show of hands, who saw The Fresh Prince?
Oh,
wait, hold on. Let me finish the question. It's like a game show.
Don't
hit the buzzer. Don't hit the buzzer.
We're already out.
Who amongst this cast saw The Fresh Prince of Bel Air when it first aired?
Oh, I see the question.
Yeah, we old.
Yeah.
I'm too young for that.
So what? When you heard that you were up for the Bel Air for Bel Air, and you saw the script, were you surprised? Let's start with you, sir.
Well, for me, yeah. When I read the script, I didn't think there was a part for me. To be honest, I love the material, and I thought, oh, this is going to be great, and I'm definitely going to watch this. But then I got a call for the role, and I immediately connected with the scenes, and I just thought, you know what? Let me just throw my hat in the ring and see what happens, because I was just connected to the original Uncle Phil and just the physicality and you know how he looked. But then when I read the material, it was just the energy, the vibe. It was just something that I could really connect with and relate to, and here we are. So this is just a very surreal moment for me. But
it's like walking through the walking glass or something. You just touch and you're like, oh, and now you're on Viv.
Yeah,
you're
it's like
wait a minute.
And it all happened so quickly. It was like one day you're just home chilling, and next day you get the news that you're playing Uncle Phil in the remix of Bel Air. I call it a remix.
Yeah.
Remix would be right. Yeah.
And Jabari, this is your first acting gig?
Ever. Yeah, first acting gig. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
My manager sent me the call, and then, I just auditioned for it. I knew I was right for the part because, people my whole life, they told me, kind of have the mannerisms, you know what I mean? Got in one little fight, my mom got scared. Once you realize I'm the answer to this team's prayers, I want my number back from Philly, all right?
When you're watching it, it looks as if he has been acting since he was 2 years. He is so good.
Yeah. So true. He has such an open spirit.
He's very free.
How does this feel hearing people say this about you?
These guys are vets. I learn from them every day.
That's how we feel about you too. But for him to be like the guy, he is the nicest, most down to earth person. But we wait for next season.
Right.
We'll see what happens. We might have Jabari's coming out. Make it in the room.
Record that night. He's so nice. Okay, he's so sweet.
And Jimmy, the role of Jeffrey is nobody wants a butler anymore. So how's your role changed?
Yeah, I mean, when I spoke to Morgan, we both agreed like it wasn't about Jeffrey being a butler, and it was really exciting to explore what does a house manager look like in 2022. And I think what really interested me is that Jeffrey and Philip, they go way back.
Who are you?
Jeffrey Thompson, house manager.
You know, there's a sense of you get to know a lot about Jeffrey's backstory and Philip's backstory, actually, in terms of their times in London. And so it's nice to play Jeffrey with a bit of swagger, but also the original Jeffrey, Joseph Marcel, he's a friend of mine, so it's an honor to sort of, you know, be a part of that legacy. And yeah, I'm excited for people to see it.
Yeah, and it's of the moment, obviously. It's today, it's 2022. So Coco, your Hillary is like this social media, Instagram, TikTok influencer. Is that something that comes naturally for you?
Well, I think in this day and age, you kind of have to get with the times and get with the social media platforms, you know, just to connect with your fans. So I don't feel like it was too far out of the box. I mean, I've had my fair share of like being transparent with my fans and telling my stories, whatnot on the internet. So I kind of just tapped into what I've already kind of built with my fan base, that honest transparency and just really wanting people to connect with your lives, because people want to see authenticity. And I think that show, the show that we are on, is super authentic. I'm gonna be on Forbes. Why should I have to apologize for speaking my truth? Period. Yeah, it wasn't that hard to play an influencer. I feel like it's kind of a part of what comes with the job.
And do you, Akira, is this kind of like school every day for you, in that you get to learn from these really great professionals who show you how it's done?
Yeah, I learned from a lot of from all of you guys, actually. You know, when we have those really hard scenes, I just honestly just watch them and just learn little things, you know?
Hill, so I have this friend that I have a crush on, and I think this friend likes me, but hasn't said that. What do I do?
This is not, if people are tuning in and they're saying, oh, it's a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, but even though it's called Bel-Air, this is not that show. This is a different show. How so?
I think Cassie said it best. She said it one day, and I took it with me. I ran with it. It's like the idea if you took all of the characters from The Fresh Prince, but you dove into each one of their journals, right?
Yeah, like
and you got to see their diaries, right?
Yeah.
And you got to see like the inside life of these characters that we all know and love. And the drama that comes with that too, you know, because the stakes are high. You know, the situation why Will's actually in Bel-Air, so I think that's going to be exciting for people to see.
Yeah, it's true. It's almost like you go to a dinner party and you're like, tell me about your life. And you just tell people sort of like the surface comments about everyone. That's the sitcom. And so the drama is more like, yeah, well, you know, you can come have dinner at my house. And then when people sit at the table, they're like, this who these people are?
Right.
Like,
Peel back the layers more. And
This is, it's very gritty. I mean, it is real life. This is not, you know, an 80s sitcom. This is a drama from today.
Yeah, as Jabari said, it's you know, the stakes are really high. You know, the matters are very serious, and you know, it's basically taking that iconic sitcom and dropping it in today's world and having to deal with all that we have to, you know, deal with in today's society.
Yeah, man, you think about a fight going down in Philly now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's not just a regular fight. You know, there's guns involved.
It's not one little fight.
Right, exactly.
It's a big fight.
In the original, you know, it's the theme song, and you know, it's like maybe, you know, Will was shoplifting or something.
Right.
This is like serious business in this show.
Well, but that's the time we're in, right? Like you make a mistake, especially as a black man, at the wrong time, wrong place, you know, things escalate very fast. And I think that's what's beautiful about this show. But I mean, even though people keep saying it's so gritty, to me it has so much heart. Like, you really get to see what is a family if they all come together. I keep thinking about the best currency you can have is just having a great family. It's not about your bank account. And I really feel like you feel the heart of all those characters and why it's important that we all come together. Even if somebody's not from the best side of town, they should still come to the best side of town to elevate, and vice versa. He also comes and he grounds our family at the same time. So it's a fish out of water story, but it's also about what you do to seize an opportunity.
Yeah, and I can add, I think it's basically, our show is a great balance of both sides of the coin. You know, showing the, you know, we've been exposed to so much like traumatic porn where, you know, all we see is the negative, low vibrational side of our culture. But this show shows the successful family, the thriving family that's high vibrational and aspirational, and so it's good to have that balance. And I think that our show does a great job of showing that.
And also family in the black community, in terms of if you look at the Bankses, the whole show is about what does the modern day family look like. You don't have to just be blood. Jeffrey's not blood, but he's part of the family as well. And also what I think the show is able to do is that if you watch the original or not, you're going to fall in love with our show and then maybe want to go and watch, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
I was going to say,
yeah, because they tag team each other for
do
sure.
you need to have seen The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to appreciate this show?
No,
but it's delicious if you did.
Yeah, exactly. If you did, there are definitely things you'd be like, oh, I see what they was doing.
Our show really complements the original sitcom, for sure. And but it definitely sets on its own.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, dude. How you been? Thriving. I hope one day we can talk about why you're really here.
Carlton, we all remember Carlton, the original Carlton. This is obviously a different Carlton. It's not, there's some aspects of that, but, what's interesting about it, it deals with questions of race, it deals with questions of identity. Is that something that you've had to grapple with as you've come forward through this?
I would say that, honestly, every aspirational black person has dealt with that on some level. This idea that in pursuing education or in pursuing whatever, it's like, oh, you talk white or you act white, or and I think as a community we've never really asked ourselves, like, what are we saying when we make comments like that? How does that affect people and their development? And I think the really cool thing about what I've been able to explore in playing Carlton is how does that affect a 16-year-old kid who's trying to find his way in the world?
Yeah.
And how does that affect how he sees himself and how he sees other black people? And I think him meeting Will, he grows a lot through that, and he grows a lot through.
He's forced to grow.
He's forced to, but in life, some of the ways we grow the most is when we're just kind of thrown into wild things. And I think it makes for some beautiful, beautiful television. Just Carlton's journey. If you want to do well, just keep your head down and follow my lead.
Yo, how is it possible that Carlton is the coolest brother in this joint?
I do kind of run the place. Hey!
Carlton's charming when he wants to be.
I know I haven't been my best self lately.
That's an understatement. All work and no play.
Puts you ahead of the class and helps you crush the competition. Believe it or not, Will, I want everything handed to me. Looking and seeing how far Carlton goes throughout the season sort of brings tears to my eyes, because in a way, he's kind of become a little brother to me. He's become a part of me. And I see him as a different person. And I'm really proud of how much he changes.
Is there just a part of you that said you can't do the Carlton?
What makes you think I don't do the content?
Oh. Well.
Tune in.
Adrian, James Avery passed away.
Yeah.
A few years ago. I mean, it's such an iconic role. How does that impact how you approach it?
Well, first of all, it is a huge honor to be playing this role that he played so beautifully, and you can't step into his shoes. It's not possible. I'm just kind of creating my own, and in this new adaptation.
Philip Banks, Will's uncle.
Thank you for your money, Phil.
I only got 98 more problems to handle.
Now, you are the only black candidate that's running for district attorney.
And I will stop at nothing, and I mean nothing, to serve the people.
For me, it's a tribute to him. It's just our ability to say thank you, our way of saying thank you to him and what he did for us. And I watch the show and repeat all the time, and he's just so magnificent in what he did. He's a classically trained actor, and he made everybody on that set. I mean, when you see the interviews, they all felt so supported by him. He really was a real support for everyone on the show, and just made everybody better. Yeah. And that's just such an amazing quality, and I'm just grateful to be able to play this part. It's just it's so surreal. It's just
I can
crazy.
only imagine.
Yeah.
Cassandra, in watching your Aunt Viv, it's interesting in that she seems somewhat conflicted, that she's this person who is here, but there's still a part of her in West Philadelphia.
So what, you changed now?
I adapted.
She's a black mom. You don't with black moms.
Don't test us. I struggled for my passion. I was willing to sacrifice for it.
It's bound to affect my campaign.
It's that conflict that she's got to deal with.
Yeah, I think she has a lot of conflict. She has that conflict, and also the conflict, what happens when you become a wife and a mother and you stop living your ambition and your dream and you decide to be a full-time mom or a full-time support to your husband's dream. I always say that I feel like the trip that Vivian goes through in this retelling versus the other is that you really see this woman with her husband and with her kids trying to let go of all of these cages that have been put on her, whether it's like, I keep saying between capitalism and you could say white supremacy, you could say motherhood, just being a woman. And then in the midst of this show, this woman starts off as like, yeah, that's Aunt Viv. That would be the black lady in Bel Air. And then by the end of it, you're like, maybe we never really knew the potential of what this black woman could be if someone cut off all the ties that were holding her down. And so it was really fun just to explore like the expanded definition of who she could be.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What's the takeaway that you want the audience to come away with on this show?
Everybody.
First you, Kara. You go.
I just want everybody to find something that they can relate to in each character. Cause it's real.
Oh, is this really baby Ashley almost taking me out like that? How you been?
Aside from global warming and the polarized political climate in this country, fantastic.
I was going to say that I hope, as far as my character, Hillary, I hope that women that look like me are inspired just to see a dark-skinned, beautiful girl being, you know, classy and having all these great fashionista looks and owning who she is in the midst of a lot of opportunities that would be great for her career because she is a boss, but they would cost a lot more than she's willing to give. Mm-hmm. So I hope that people see that journey because it reminds me a lot of mine, being in this industry as long as I have been, and see the tenacity of my character and, you know, take that characteristic and apply it to their journeys, whatever they're trying to accomplish in life.
Hillary Banks, you haven't done it again. Fabulous.
Hillary's an amazing cook. She's gonna take Haute Cuisine by storm.
My recipes, they are my culture.
Yeah, for me, I would love people to see this show as a representation of, I suppose, the full spectrum of the Black community, you know, in terms of we grow up and we have these shows that mean something to us and that we can sort of have a conversation with people and go, did you watch that episode last night? Did you grow up watching that? And I feel like this show has that potential and it can be that. And I think with Jeffrey, for me, being a British guy, again, it's about exploring. If you look at the original Jeffrey, he's on one end of the spectrum, and I think this Jeffrey Thompson, he's on the other end, and it's nice to play someone that represents the authentic British Black voice now to a lot of my friends growing up, and someone that's got a bit of swagger and intelligence that's also got a similar relationship to Will in terms of street smart but book smart, and now he's here in LA with one of his best friends, Philip.
So Jeffrey, what are we gonna do about Will? We're gonna need more than a few days to find his footing around here. Here we go.
Hey, Jeffrey. Looking good as ever.
I'm just trying to keep up with you.
Hey, yo, Jeffrey got some game.
Cheers. Cheers.
You know what I love about this show? It's not just like one trope of a Black person. Like, it's not just the rich Black folk.
No, it's everything.
You know,
it's a full spectrum of the Black culture, the Black experience.
Yeah, for sure. It's like the A side is joy, the B side is pain together. It's just
there's something for everyone. Yeah. Everyone can relate to it in some way. You know, this. You know, exactly. It's both sides of the coin are represented very, very well.
And this show, the music seems really important.
Yeah.
How important
it's a character,
is the music?
It is a character in the show as much as the characters are a character. It helps tell the story, and it really creates, you know, the world that we're in.
You can feel the music in your chest.
Feel it, yeah.
These choices.
Even in the original viral trailer, when Will shows up to Bel Air, he's wearing a Free Meek Mill shirt.
Yeah.
And I love that.
He's
wearing a Free Meek shirt. And like, I love that the trailer, like,
he put Meek in it.
Meek is so Philly. I don't know. Morgan Cooper.
Explain. So for folks who don't know, explain the genesis of this show that came out of a reimagined trailer that Mr. Cooper came up with.
Yeah, 2019, he put this trailer out and, you know, got like 7 million views.
Not a game, Will. Look at you. Look at you.
Yeah.
He made it with his own money. This man said he was driving down the street one day and he goes under the overpass and he said like he had this astrological event is what he calls it, where he just had this flash of like this entire concept of the show. And then this man makes the thing out of his own pocket. And then I just heard, am I crazy? Then I heard when he released this trailer with his own money, he made sure he was in Los Angeles when he released it. So like, and I think Will Smith called him up on the first day when it hit.
Will called him when it was at only 10,000 views.
Yeah. Wow.
It's like, he's such a manifesto.
Morgan's really about the work, though. He's about the art.
He's an artist.
You know? So he was making that regardless. He's made loads of short films and he's done, you know, commercials. So when you look at that original trailer, you know, when I first saw it, I thought that was the show.
Same.
I was like, well, I'm not going to get a role in that show.
Exactly. I'll definitely watch that. I'm like, yo, this is not here. And I saw it and I was like, this is genius. This is brilliant. I was like, what? Yeah, of course this is going to work.
But before I saw it, I was like, this is the most trash idea I've ever heard.
Did you really?
No, honestly, same. Oh,
Oh,
same.
about that?
100. Me and
Yeah,
Ali
no,
both
same, yeah.
were like, why would someone redo The Fresh Prince? It took me probably a year before I ever watched it because I was like, there's no reason to watch it.
Oh, see, mine, it didn't take me a year. I remember I had seen it on Twitter, and I was like, that sounds dumb, whatever. And it kept coming up, and I was
That's
like,
exactly
fine,
right.
you've twisted my arm, I'll watch
Exactly.
it. And then I think I watched it like 3 times in a row on repeat, and I just kept watching it over and over.
See,
and I was
for
like,
me-
I was so wrong.
For me, it was
so
different.
wrong, I
For me,
know.
it's the only way you could do it. You know, the only way you could do Bel Air is make it as a drama.
Yeah.
The original is so iconic and so amazing.
Can't
still
touch
holds
it.
up
You got to
now.
leave that alone.
It was lightning in a bottle.
Is that the reason, in a sense? Because you couldn't possibly ever match what that genre
Why
and
would
show
you?
did.
Well, Alec,
And-
and the world's changed so much.
The world
now.
has changed exactly so much, and I think that this story is so relevant and is so important in this time right now. We need a positive, healthy story for Black story, and
No, I
in
feel
order
like
for a
this is
truthful.
us with some swag in there.
Yeah.
But,
You know,
and like in the
swag
show, we're
ingredients.
having like discussions on actual things that are going on right now. in
Right
the world.
now,
Like, so
yeah.
much of Will and Carlton's conflict from the very beginning is just is things that people are arguing about on Twitter. People are arguing about in
Constantly.
person.
Yeah.
Constantly.
And I think it's really, really cool that as a show, the showrunners have allowed the show to reflect the culture that it exists in today.
And so we're providing a lot of answers for to questions that people have out there right now. So.
And it's starting conversation, and that's the biggest thing too. Just to
Yeah.
have the conversation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this
I
closet.
took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
How much on the set? You guys like singing a lot? Is there a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You want some right now?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
We got a piano on set too.
But we ain't got a piano, but we can do this.
Little acapella?
Acapella.
Wait,
Wait,
I think you gotta sing that character.
What do we got? Real time? Cassie, how much money you got?
A lot.
There is a lot of
That's
things.
a real
That's a
lie.
rap. That's a rap.
Honestly,
We call her Cassie Freestyle on set because she
Yeah.
always she
I
busts
don't
into
want to
Hey,
freestyle
hey,
every
oh,
day.
God.
Okay, so come on.
No,
Say
with
that.
a new freestyle every day.
You want to do the Jabari's the
wait,
best
we should do a
freestyler.
freestyle. Let's make
Okay.
a beat.
Oh my lord.
Okay. Okay.
You're gonna say okay for the whole rest of the thing.
Okay?
Turn my headphones
Here we
up.
go. Yo, we're here on the Today Show, that's for sure. We're hanging with my friends Al and Roka. I'm next to my friend Adrian Akira. So many laughs.
Never seen a rap like this. Yeah, with the green dress and a fit. Yeah, long braid and she's swinging it.
Hey!
Yeah, we killing it.
Hey! I can't freestyle. So I'm gonna do it me style. Okay, this is getting tough. All right, but it's not that rough.
Okay, sure.
Jabari, I'm gonna pass it on. All on you.
Jerry, the
Take
beat.
it, go for it.
Who's gonna do the beat for me? I'ma come do this and just do me. I don't do this for free. If you want me, then you gotta pay me. I bring the fire like Hades. Whoa! Bring it back, Bel Air style. You gonna use this and use it. Don't abuse it, you better just choose it. My man Al, chillin' with Al. style. That's really my pal. About to freestyle. We go wild. 24 eyes. And we got the power, but we not on stars.
There's no following that. There's no following that.
We'll just leave it. Not on stars. Right there. That's my man.
Come on.
Peacock.
And that's a wrap.
What is happening, friends? Welcome to a Thursday edition of Popstar Plus. Coming up on the show today, a great visit for our My Happy Place series. This time, Melissa Joan Hart shows us all around her family's home in Nashville. Of course, you know Melissa from the 90s hits Clarissa, Explains It All, and of course, Sabrina. And there's a lot of fun memorabilia, as you can imagine, in her home. So we'll have that coming up in a little bit. But first, let's check out today's Popstar. First up, Bridgerton. Following news, the show has broken Netflix streaming records. Yet again, Netflix has announced plans to expand the Bridgerton universe. On Wednesday, the streaming service revealing a prequel series is in the works. The new show is set to focus on the life of young Queen Charlotte and her marriage to King George. Newcomer India Amartifio is going to, excuse me, I hope I got that right, will take on the role, but fans will recognize a few familiar faces. All three actresses currently playing Queen Charlotte, Lady Danbury, and Lady Bridgerton are set to reprise their characters. Executive producer and writer Shonda Rhimes is teasing fans on social media, writing, "Prepare for the Queen's return." No word yet on when this series is set to premiere. All right, speaking of prequels, next up is Game of Thrones. Cue the music. We've got details about the highly anticipated prequel series here. It's called House of Dragon. HBO announcing that the first episode is set to premiere August 21st. So you're going to have to wait about 4 months before you dive back into Westeros. In the meantime, you can check out the sneak peek of the cast. The upcoming series is set 200 years before Game of Thrones and will center around the Civil War with the House of Targaryen. This marks the first spin-off series from Game of Thrones since the hit series wrapped in 2019. Next up, Katy Perry, the pop singer, is diving into old Hollywood for her next project. Perry is going to lend her voice to narrate a new podcast about the life and career of Elizabeth Taylor. The 10-part series called Elizabeth I is going to explore Taylor's record-breaking Hollywood deal for the movie Cleopatra, her White Diamonds perfume empire, and the decision to go public about her battles with alcoholism and drug abuse. Katy Perry will also executive produce the series that is set to feature some of the stories from people's closest to the Hollywood icon. There is no release date yet for that one. That's interesting. And next up, Eric Church, the country superstar, under fire after canceling an upcoming concert in San Antonio. The backlash comes after ticket holders for this Saturday's show received an email informing them that Eric Church is canceling so that instead he can watch the UNC Duke Final Four basketball game.
What?
Fans sharing Church's message online that reads in part, "This is the most selfish thing I've ever asked the choir to do, to give up your Saturday night plans with us so that I can have this moment with my family and sports community. Thanks for letting me go here and be a part of the Tar Heels." Fans sharing their frustrations online, calling the move not cool and embarrassing. Church has not announced any plans to reschedule the San Antonio
I don't know how many
show.
tickets he's going to be selling in San Antonio if he does.
Wow, that's
it's a big game though. It's a huge game.
Yeah, it's a big game, but
it ain't that big.
That's a big crowd.
And by the way,
that's a big crowd.
you can have a little phone on stage and keep an eye on it.
Right, yeah, you can have the game on in a monitor.
Come on.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Wow.
And finally, we're calling our viewers to help us out with this last one. Today, we're going to launch our first ever Pop Star poll.
Oh.
It's a poll here, everybody.
Oh.
Don't get too excited.
Is it a bracket?
It's a poll.
Okay.
There's bracket. Right underneath bracket, excitement is poll.
Okay.
So we mentioned a little earlier this weekend that Bridgerton, they broke all the records on Netflix. Fans watching 193 million hours of the show in the first 3 days. We just want to know what's the popular opinion here. When a new show does come out, is it better to binge the entire show all at once, or do you more or less like to take your time as to sort of savor it, maybe watch it a little more episodically?
Yeah, I take my time. I don't want to.
Depends on the show. Depends on the kind of show.
I would
too.
like to vote for C, which is like maybe watch one or two. Yes. But not binge watch the whole thing, but don't just watch one.
And we also don't
Is there
have
a middle
time.
ground?
I think binge is like 2 to 6 episodes all in one sitting.
That's a binge.
You know, and then like maybe one or two would be just more episodic.
I think 3 is a binge.
Maybe 3 and more.
I
Okay,
like
that's
one
fair.
or
That's
two.
fair.
Depending
One or
on the
two.
length. Yeah. That's what I like.
But if a series is suspenseful, sometimes I find myself at the end of one episode.
You want to.
Well, I'm watching Snowfall right now on FX. It's a great show, and like I watch it so fast that I go through it and I'm bummed because it's gone.
Exactly.
It's like your ice
This is
cream.
a good poll.
Yeah.
This is a good debut.
Yeah.
poll.
I like
So we'll
it.
see how. Just go to today.com and let us know how you feel. We're going to reveal those riveting results tomorrow.
Maybe we could bracket the results.
Yeah. And here's just a few more headlines for you. We'll start with Shawn Mendes. Overnight, the pop star releasing his latest single, When You're Gone. And of course, with the new song comes a new music video. Take a peek.
I don't wanna know what it's like when you're gone for good. You're slipping through my fingertips a little bit by a little bit. I didn't know the loving you was the happiest I've ever been. So I'm just trying to hold on.
That is When You're Gone from Shawn Mendes. It's the first new release of this year. His last album, Wonder, by the way, debuted at #1 on the Billboard in 2020. All right, and finally, Laura Dern. On Wednesday, the Oscar winner sat down with Ellen DeGeneres to chat about her big return to the Jurassic Park franchise. Dern revealing that on-set technology has really come a long way since Steven Spielberg first introduced his dinosaur world 30 years ago.
ILM designed computer-generated imagery that we hadn't seen in a movie before. So we had no idea what they were doing. I mean, we were staring at a X on a piece of paper in a tree. We had to look at the sound of a roar for the first time, the cast. It's one of the opening scenes of the movie. And they said action. And just as we're supposed to respond to the dinosaur, everyone looked a different way because there was no sound. So we said, Steven, can you please help us? We have to be able to look at the same time. He was like, oh, yeah, I've got this. Action. And over a megaphone, Steven goes, roar! And we were like, this is gonna be a disaster.
And we can't wait to see Laura reunite with Sam Neill and Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic World Dominion. That is out later this year. And those are your Pop Start Plus headlines today. Coming up next, Melissa Joan Hart gives us a little tour of her beautiful home in Nashville.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Melissa Joan Hart is the latest guest for our My Happy Place series, where we showcase stars where they're at their happiest, of course, their homes. And in the 90s, Melissa was the star of both Clarissa Explains It All and Sabrina, the Teenage Witch. She was nice enough to walk us through her family's home and even showed off some really cool memorabilia from her beloved projects.
Hey, welcome to my house in Nashville. Come on in, I'll give you a little tour. Hey, I'm Melissa Joan Hart, and we're at my home in Nashville, and this is my happy place. This is our fun little courtyard. My husband is very proud of the fountain right now because it's finally not overflowing. It usually splatters out, and he's been working very hard on a rock moss combination to keep the water in, but I just love this because it's a nice, pretty, like, just the sound of it is so relaxing, and it feels like a little Italian courtyard, which is fun because we got married in Italy. We love Italy. So come on in. So we fell in love with this house because it's really unique. All right, so this is my home. There's church lights and church doors, but mixed with like modern light fixtures, and which kind of helps explain my obsession with like travel and experiences, and like it just pulls all of it in and just feels very right to me. The pillars are from India. The ceiling is from a barn in Alabama. So if you look really high by the chandelier, you'll see a blue balloon. Someone brought us a balloon and it got loose, and there's no way to get down from there. I'm not going up there. So this is the main kitchen table. This is where we spend almost all of our meals, unless we sit outside really, or on a special occasion in my dining room. I am very strict about our house being as green and eco-friendly as possible, so you'll find real napkins on the table instead of paper, and you'll find us composting and things like that. So, but there is something I want to show you that has to do with my career. It's been 25 years since I've done some magic, so let's see if this works. Ready? Here we are in what I call my office, and it's mainly full of memorabilia of my years of work. Up here we have the side of a bus. I was on Sabrina the Teenage Witch, and then I have my movie posters, God's Not Dead and Drive Me Crazy, which were the two movies I starred in.
Well, this is real convincing. I'm a walking punchline.
But who gets the last laugh? See you after school, hun.
Being on that movie for 3 months in Utah while also shooting Sabrina simultaneously in LA. I was in LA during the weekdays, I was in Utah on the weekends and through night shoots. I didn't have a day off for 42 days, and on Sundays I wouldn't sleep, so I would go 2 days without sleeping except for on an airplane for 2 hours. And so that really holds a special place in my heart, that I made it through that, worked with Adrian Grenier, like we worked really well together and had such fun, but at the same time I feel like we created something I was really proud of. And then here's a bunch of my magazine covers. 1999. These were kind of all from the same year, which is what's crazy. Like I did bikini, this photo shoot, and this photo shoot all at the same, and I think that around the same exact time. I was on Saturday Night Live for a sketch with Billy Crystal, and this was the cover of the playbill I did when I did the play Imagining Brad, which kind of rolled into everything, starting with Clarissa. And here's my Northern bathroom tissue commercial. My face used to be on the cover of the toilet paper. I've been in this business for 41 years. I started when I was 4 doing television commercials. So this propeller back here was from an airplane that broke off during my very first directing of Sabrina. So it's signed by the whole crew. They signed it for me and gave it to me. This was made for me by the art department on Clarissa. Here's my Wheel of Fortune. I won $1 million. What? The Golden Spatula. If you ever saw my show No Good Nick on Netflix, you'll know what the Golden Spatula is about. I got the bracelets from when I did Dancing with the Stars. And then here is part of my face from the Sabrina episode, the season finale. I think it was called I Fall to Pieces, was the episode name. She turns into cement and then crumbles into pieces, and so I kept a piece of my face. So I think we already knew we were coming back for the next season, so we shot the scenes side by side. So when I was on Melissa and Joey, I stole this bee. It sat on the desk. This is the actual card that that Pat holds when you don't know what you got inside. This is my name tag. And it's just the card he holds when you're playing the final round, and then when he opens it up, he finds out. Bran muffins.
That's it. You got it.
Oh no.
Would your charity
Could they use $1 million?
And I had Vanna and Pat sign it for me, so this is a special little thing. This is my newest piece in the collection, and it goes right in the middle. So when you go to a set, you sit in your chair, it usually has your name on it, or the character's name. So this is my collection of chairbacks, everything from, well, this is from My Fake Fiance. My character's name was Jennifer. I think that's what that's from. Sabrina, Next to You used to be Drive Me Crazy is what that became. It was called Next to You. 9 Dead, that's from Clarissa, and then directing Watch Her in the Woods and Melissa and Joey.
And we've got more with Melissa Joan Hart coming up, including a look at one very magical room.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And we're back here on Popstar Plus, continuing our My Happy Place visit, this time with Melissa Joan Hart. And we're picking up with something pretty cool that her son has. I'll just tell you, it's an awesome bed loft.
All right, so this is special. This is our quarantine project. Our family made this. My husband went to Home Depot, got a lot of wood, and we painted it, and we built our son a bed loft thing. He loves Godzilla and King Kong, as you can see by the drapery behind. And this is his new little hangout. We do a lot of reading up in the bed here, and so we actually kind of hide some of the books over here, if you can see on the shelf up here, so that we can reach them through the window. So right now we're reading Shel Silverstein's Where the Sidewalk Ends, and so I can just grab it and climb in there and read to him and then put it right back on the bookshelf out here. So it's kind of nice. And it's kind of nice in there because there's LED lights and glow-in-the-dark stars. We made it pretty cush. So this area is the library. This bookshelf is so big, it doesn't just hold our books, it holds all of my memorabilia, which is a lot. I have up here a wedding shelf. So this is my bouquet from my wedding. And then these are the cake toppers because we had a little mess up with our cake. So I ran to the museum and bought these little knickknacks and they sat on top of our cake. And then we have all kinds of fun stuff, like here is a picture that hung on my childhood bathroom wall, and me and my siblings fought over it, but I got it. I won it. So this hung on our wall for many, many years, and my brother just bought our childhood house from my dad, so my brother let me have it. Although I have to make copies for everybody else. And then each kid has their own shelf area with their little footstep and their little sonogram picture or ultrasound picture and their little julep cups. And here's my sugar collection. When I was little, I used to collect sugar packets from all over the world. I like to collect everything from shot glasses to salt and pepper shakers to memorabilia from travels. And this house gives me a place to really showcase it all. So there's like tapestries I bought in Italy, and there's a whole shelf here just for travels. And then I've got my family shelf, which includes a lot of my favorite pictures of my grandmother, who is very dear to me. So here's my Grandma Joan and my Grandpa Stanley. So here they are. This is one of their first dates, and this is me with them when I was like 1 year old. Here's me with my grandparents, including my Grandma Ethel, Grandma Hart, when I was getting my communion, making my communion. And here's a beautiful picture of my Nanny Joan. So my middle name is Joan because of my Grandma Joan, and I think that's why I just traveled, you know, I tried to hit every place from Stonehenge to that hookah came from Bahrain, and I went over there for a USO tour, and just so many memories of her traveling, and it just made me want to travel. And then you can see that picture up there is of me on the set of Sabrina, and my little sister had just been born, Samantha, who's now like 26. And so that's a scene when I was Rapunzel, and I'm just holding her on set, and the set photographer happened to be there that day and captured that moment, so that was really nice. We've got things like statue here from Italy, one of my favorite statues because I studied a little bit in Italy, and then we shot Sabrina Goes to Rome because I really wanted to go back to Italy, and then I got married in Italy, so I have a real fascination with Italy. And then the kids' artwork I can just display here, which is so fun. They have all their books out here if they need to find something, so this is truly a library.
Still coming up, Melissa explains it all when it comes to the details behind her staircase and master bedroom.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Welcome back. We're in the middle of our My Happy Place trip to Nashville and the home of actress Melissa Joan Hart. She was nice enough to let us join her and take a walk through. We're going to pick up on the tour now. Well, it's her home's rustic staircase. See what you think.
This staircase I love because our designer, Brandon White, did an amazing job on this because I just love that it's like white painted wood and this gray painted wood, but then it's like this rustic natural wood and then a sanded wood, and then there's carpeting and there's tile on the walls and there's beautiful light fixtures. It just kind of summarizes the whole house. All right, so we're heading towards the master bedroom. We have some special stuff here, just wedding photos and baby photos, but here is our Picasso gallery. So some of my favorite Picassos are in this hallway. And then we're heading towards the bedroom. Come on in. So when I was about 23, I went to San Francisco to meet Shirley Temple, and that's where I made my first purchase of a Picasso. I had been doing the show Sabrina for a little while, and I really wanted something to display that would be worth more later on. And from there, it sort of spawned a collection of artwork. So whenever I get a big job or a new project, I buy myself a piece of art. Things like Rembrandt and Salvador Dali, Degas, and so I have some beautiful artwork on the wall that I'm very proud of. So here's where the magic happens. Just kidding, don't tell my husband I said that. Above the bed is a paper mache moon kissing the sun. It's from Venice, Italy. My husband and I were pregnant. We were on our anniversary trip in Italy, and we're running to the train. We're gonna be late, and I see this paper mache shop, and I see this sitting on the sidewalk, and I just had to have it. And so, because I knew I wanted to hang it above the nursery, so above the crib. So all three of my boys slept underneath, and then when they outgrew their crib, we got to inherit it above our bed. So there it is. Here is my treasure chest. This is some fun stuff. It holds some of my jewelry and some of my favorite childhood things or special things. Like when you ask what would someone take out of their house in a fire, this is the thing I would take. This is a music box that my grandmother played for me and my sisters when we would sleep over at her house. And it is super special to me. My sister learned how to play this song for my wedding day, so I walked down the aisle to this song. But come on, we gotta see the closet. I do keep it this neat. I'm a very big purse person, not so much a shoe girl, love my purses. So one of the problems with this closet is it doesn't have enough room for all my cowboy boots that I got on my Mistletoe, Montana movie. So I got to ride horses and I had to wear a ton of cowboy boots. I got to keep them, so if I ride again, but I have nowhere to put them, so I have to make some space. But I also want to show you some special stuff. Here are some hats from Clarissa Explains It All. My girlfriend Michelle worked on Clarissa, and as I was leaving Connecticut and moving here, she gave me these hats and said, these are from Clarissa. So I don't know if you recognize them, but here they are. And they get their own special little shelf. Funny story behind this heart necklace. My husband had sent me flowers for Valentine's Day when we weren't together, and this came on the vase, and it was kind of cheesy. And so I just kind of stuck it in a jewelry box, but my sister-in-law does the wardrobe on my movies, and she found this heart and decided to put me in it for most of the movies. And then I want to show you guys something really cool. When we bought the house, it was like this already, but I love it. Look at my bathroom. It's so cool, right? We call it the pink bathroom, obviously. We have Dolly. I did not realize what a powerhouse she is, so now I'm obsessed. So here she is, hanging above our throne. Over here is a blue vase from my 40th birthday. So I had this big dinner party. I had blue vases all the way down with white flowers coming out of the top. So yeah, I kept one. So I can always remember my 40th. And then we've got just some really cool geode sink. I love some of the sinks in this house are really special and different. And but yeah, this is a good little place to come do your business. So this is my happy place. This is my dining room, probably the most feminine room I've ever had in my life. I have 3 boys and a husband, and so it's nice to finally have a space where I can have just something a little girlier. I love the little kind of modern touches mixed with the antique part of it. The ceiling's really special. There's water outside. You know, I can unwind, just disappear. There's a giant Alphonse Mucha on the wall that my friend Soleil Moon Frye gave me years ago for Christmas. I just thought went so well in here. It's always hung in spare bedrooms before, but now I finally get to display it kind of in the center of the house. All right, so here's the kitchen. We've kind of got a 2-parter. This is sort of the functioning catering kitchen, if you will. And then this is our pretty kitchen with our beautiful gold sink. And I can't take credit for cooking anything. It's my husband. He likes to eat, so he has to cook. So I am constantly cleaning up, but he's the master chef, so that's not me. So when you see there a little towel here, hey, good looking, what you cooking? That's all about him. So I feel like I'm constantly like doing dishes and cleaning things up, and I constantly try to keep this area clean and free. And this gold sink is kind of a killer too because it tarnishes very easily. So I'm constantly cleaning this thing. This is Cleo. This is our oldest girl, right? And we have a new boy that's living with us now named Sully. We name all of our dogs after Disney characters. So Cleo's after Pinocchio, right? Right, lady? Yeah. She's such a good girl. You wanna go outside? Do you wanna go outside? Let's go outside. Come on. So our outdoor spot here is awesome. We spend a lot of time out here as a family. We like to eat out here. We do move around a lot. My husband and I'm from New York, but I lived in LA. He's from Alabama. We met in Kentucky. We lived in LA when we had our first 2 kids, and we moved to Connecticut. We love Lake Tahoe and the mountains and the lake. And so we tried to live there for 2 years, but it wasn't exactly right for our family. So then we were like, well, let's try Nashville. So now we're in Nashville. We've been trying to find the right place for our family for years. The pool is awesome. It's the first time my kids have ever lived in a house with a pool. And we love to just come out here and relax, and we hear the frogs and the birds and just enjoy outside so much. I think for me, a large part of sort of my continuing success is that I never wanted, you know, I didn't have these grandiose ideas of fame and riches and all that. I wanted a life. There's a lot out there that I'm still looking to do, and raise my boys. I've got a few more years with them in the house, and that's what's gonna matter at the end. Thank you guys for visiting me in my Nashville home and seeing my happy place. Say bye.
Huge thanks to Melissa Joan Hart for showing us around her killer house in Nashville. By the way, Melissa's got a podcast filled with chats about everything that she finds #binge-worthy, and you can find that wherever you get your podcasts. That's going to do it for another fun-filled edition of Pop Star Plus. Keep on coming back. Hang out with us. We appreciate it. Same time, same place tomorrow. Have a great day.
Well, hello. Look at them out there in Today All Day land. We're so happy you tuned into our digital show Today in 30. This is the very last day of March.
Oh my gosh, why is that so shocking? All right, well, here's what's happening today. For a third straight day, severe storms tore through the south, spawning destructive tornadoes. We're going to have a first-hand look at the damage. And Al is tracking today's ongoing weather up and down the East Coast.
And then Chris Rock, he had his first comedy show since that infamous Oscar slap that happened. We're going to show you what the comedian had to say. And we're also going to hear from some other star comedians. They're standing up for their fellow performer.
And then on this last day of Women's History Month, we're shining a light on some great products from women-owned businesses. You will want to get your hands on these ASAP.
Yeah, we're going to close things out with pasta master to the stars, Evan Funke. That's his name. He taught us how to make restaurant-quality pasta in the comfort of our own kitchen. That's all coming up on this Thursday edition of
Today in 30.
We'll start with NBC's Blaine Alexander, who joins us from Tallulah, Louisiana. Hey, Blaine, good morning.
Well, Hoda, good morning to you. Normally, this building would have been filled with students at the time that the storms hit. Instead, officials decided to cancel class ahead of the storms, and it's a good thing they did. Take a look at this. This is where the roof used to be. If you walk over here with me, this is where the roof ended up, completely shattered down here on the ground. Now, officials here in Louisiana and areas across the South are working to clean up this morning as millions more remain in the storm's path. This morning, in the weather-worn South, another round of severe storms. Overnight, torrential rain soaked New Orleans' famous Bourbon Street, prompting flash flood warnings and sending tourists scrambling for cover. While powerful winds toppled trees around Louisiana, leaving crews rushing to clear the roadways. A similar scene in Mississippi after a supercell thunderstorm hit Hattiesburg overnight. And in neighboring Alabama, the National Weather Service there warned of a large and extremely dangerous tornado as heavy rains flooded streets from city to city. Across the South, more than 100,000 people left without power. Now the storm continues its charge to the east, with nearly 57 million Americans still under the risk of severe weather from Florida to New York. The impact has been felt throughout the week. Earlier Wednesday in Jackson, Mississippi, tornado sirens sounding off as funnel clouds formed in the sky.
That's it. That's a funnel.
Just miles away, uprooted trees crashing into homes.
The tree fell in my house, messed my washroom up. My house is flooding.
In some areas, wind speeds reached 80 miles per hour. In Tallulah, Louisiana, this local high school caught the brunt of the storm, leaving classrooms crushed.
We wrecked.
While in Arkansas, a confirmed EF3 tornado near Springdale left a path of destruction, tearing down cell towers, ripping rooftops.
I had no idea it'd be this bad. I couldn't even get out my front door.
Officials there say at least 7 people were injured, 2 critically. One local elementary school releasing these photos of a damaged building. Classes are expected to resume today.
And in that report, you heard the repeated reports of tornadoes. Today, officials now have the task of exactly taking stock of what exactly happened overnight. We know the National Weather Service is going to be surveying across Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, sifting through the damage to determine exactly what happened when these storms blew through. Hoda.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us there in Tallulah. Blaine, thank you.
Let's turn to Al now. He's got more on those overnight tornadoes and also the ongoing threat of more severe weather.
That's right. It now moves to the East Coast. So right now we are looking at tornado watches stretching Florida on into Georgia. We've got a tornado warning now just to the east of Panama City as this very potent line of thunderstorms makes its way east. 57 million people up and down the coast at risk for severe weather. We're watching 2 areas. First off, from now until this evening, Florida into South Carolina. Tornadoes possible. The highest risk will be the Panhandle on into Georgia, damaging thunderstorms and wind gusts. And then late this afternoon into tonight, North Carolina to New York, brief thunderstorms, tornadoes, hail up to 1 inch with this system, and winds are going to be a big factor. 37 million people from the Great Lakes all the way down into Florida looking at wind gusts anywhere from 25 to 50 miles per hour as this system pushes through, causing big problems. Rainfall amounts here in the Northeast, there could be areas that see up to 1 inch per hour, so there could be some localized flash flooding, but the big jackpot numbers are down into the Southeast, Panhandle of Florida from Port St. Joe all the way down to Tampa and Orlando. We're talking about anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of rain as this front stalls out.
All right, we'll turn now to that stunning news out of Hollywood this morning. Bruce Willis stepping away from acting after a career spanning more than 40 years.
Yeah, the star's family making that announcement, revealing Bruce Willis has been diagnosed with a medical condition that affects his cognitive abilities. NBC Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer has more. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning. Bruce Willis has been a household name since the 1980s and one of the industry's most bankable stars at the box office. But now his family confirms that Willis was diagnosed recently with aphasia, which can affect all aspects of language, from speech to reading and writing. Known for his tough-talking on-screen persona and that iconic catchphrase, "Yippee-ki-yay," Bruce Willis is now stepping away from the spotlight. His family writes that he has recently been diagnosed with aphasia, which is impacting his cognitive abilities. As a result of this, and with much consideration, Bruce is stepping away from the career that has meant so much to him, adding, as Bruce always says, "Live it up." And together, we plan to do just that. Willis got his break in the 80s on the small screen.
Just remember, you're dressed like that for America. And I, for one, salute you.
Salute you, Addison.
Starring alongside Sybil Shepherd in the primetime hit Moonlighting, earning an Emmy and Golden Globe. At the time, he opened up about his newfound fame in an interview here on Today.
I never really got into this business seeking fame and fortune. If anything, it makes me want to keep my private life more private.
Willis later cemented his action star status as Detective John McClane in Die Hard, a role he'd reprise 4 more times.
Welcome to the party, pal!
The beloved actor has found success in a wide range of films, from Pulp Fiction to Sixth Sense and Armageddon.
If we don't get this job done, then everybody's gone.
Willis has 5 daughters, 2 with current wife Emma Hemming and 3 with ex Demi Moore. The former It couple has remained close even after their divorce, with Moore even surprising Willis at his Comedy Central roast a few years ago.
I just look at our marriage like the Sixth Sense. You were dead the whole time. And no matter what, you will always be family. You've been a great friend, a great father, and easily one of my top 3 husbands.
Earlier this month, Moore shared a photo with Willis as he celebrated his 67th birthday, writing, "Thankful for our blended family."
while Hollywood is mourning the loss of this actor on screen, that he has this support system behind the scenes to really tackle this challenging time together as a family.
According to the LA Times, some people who worked with Willis on recent films have noted the actor has shown signs of cognitive decline on sets and have expressed concern with his well-being. The LA Times quoted several sources as saying that Willis struggled to remember his dialogue and was even fed lines through an earpiece at one point. Back to you.
All right, Joe, thank you very much. Well, joining us now is Dr. Gayatri Devi, a professor of neurology at Hofstra University. Dr. Devi, good morning to you.
Good morning.
We know you haven't treated Bruce Willis, but just generally, because a lot of folks are saying aphasia, not sure they've heard that. What is aphasia?
Aphasia is when you have trouble communicating with another person. Whether you're doing it through sign language, through writing, or through speaking, you're not able to communicate your thoughts or in some cases, be able to understand what someone else is telling you.
Is it really obvious? Because we all kind of can't remember things. Is it something that you listen to somebody and say, wow, there's something really wrong here?
Sometimes it's subtle. Sometimes you think, oh, is this person deaf? Can't they not hear you? And sometimes it's much more apparent, where you're clear that the person's really having trouble speaking, or they really aren't understanding what you're telling them.
Now, there's a few different ways that this can come on. You could have a stroke, you could have a head trauma, could be dementia, but can it kind of come on slowly and then progress and get worse over time?
Yes, in some cases, depending on the cause, it can start slowly and progress, and sometimes it can happen abruptly. Sometimes you're talking to someone on the phone and suddenly you can't speak because you've had a stroke, and that's a case where you have to go to the emergency room right away.
Look, we've all been there where we can't remember a word. It happens to us on air, unfortunately, here and there. I can think of one yesterday, actually. But is that something to worry about? Oh my gosh, could this be coming on? When do I need to see a doctor like you?
Right. So trouble finding words and trouble finding names is common for all of us, and especially women as we go through menopause. Also, it's a common symptom. But it's when the problem persists, if it's interfering with our functioning, that's when you really need to seek help.
Again, we know you haven't treated Bruce Willis, but can there be improvement? Are there things you can do if you have this that you can get yourself back on track?
Yes, you can do speech therapy, language therapy. Those kinds of things can help depending on the cause. So sometimes if you have a stroke, you can make a complete recovery from a condition like aphasia.
All right. Well, Dr. Devi, it's good to get this information from you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Devi.
Thanks for having me.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back with Chris Rock's first public comments on being slapped by Will Smith at Sunday's Oscars.
Yeah, Chanel's here with more on what the comedian had to say and what others are saying. Come to his defense. Good morning.
Good morning. Rock headlined 2 comedy shows in Boston last night, receiving standing ovations from the sold-out crowd. As for that Oscars moment, he addressed the controversy and promised he'll have even more to say in the future.
Hey, Chris, you ready for tonight, Chris?
Overnight, Chris Rock returning to the stage.
Oh, wow!
For the first time since Will Smith slapped him at the Oscars, Rock keeping his sense of humor.
How was your weekend?
In audio obtained by Variety, Rock briefly talked with the sold-out crowd last night.
I'm still kind of processing what happened.
Saying he wasn't really ready to talk about the incident.
So, at some point, I'll talk about that. And it'll be serious, it'll be fun.
Rock's show was briefly interrupted by someone in the crowd, but overall, the crowd rallied around Rock, starting with a long standing ovation, which Rock said made him misty-eyed. And Rock's fellow comedians are rallying around him, too. Rock's stand-up set coming just hours after the Motion Picture Academy announced they've started disciplinary proceedings against Smith. On the Ellen DeGeneres Show, Oscar co-host Wanda Sykes questioning why Smith wasn't removed from the ceremony.
And for them to let him stay in that room and enjoy the rest of the show and accept his award, I was like, how gross is this? This is just the wrong message.
The Academy says Smith was asked to leave the ceremony and refused. Comedians David Spade and Dana Carvey speaking out on a podcast, saying watching the incident was triggering for them, reminding them of childhood bullying, and condemned how Rock was seemingly left alone to handle the situation.
It must have been tough for Chris to sit in the back and realize literally nothing happened. No one walked up, no security, no stop the show, no, it was just like, on with the show, this is it.
Amy Schumer, who also co-hosted the show, weighing in too, writing in part in a since-deleted Instagram post, she is still triggered and traumatized. I love my friend Chris Rock and believe he handled it like a pro. The whole thing was so disturbing. Others now worried the incident could impact future performances.
It sets a terrible precedent for comedy clubs.
Yes.
Like, are people going to decide that they're going to go on stage and smack the comedian now?
In Boston, fans at Rock's show last night praising how he dealt with the incredibly difficult situation.
So ridiculously wrong. I was proud of the way he handled it.
Rock has 4 more shows in Boston this week, so the world will be watching. According to multiple reports, during his second show, Rock said he had not talked to anyone about what happened at the Oscars, presumably referring to Will Smith. As for Smith, he apologized to Rock in a social media post, and the Academy thanked Rock for his, quote, resilience in that moment.
Yeah, I think it's good that we're spotlighting Chris Rock's resilience, because I think all the focus has been on Will Smith.
I think it's just taking some time for people to process it. Like he said, some more to come.
Well, he didn't even have that time.
He didn't have that time.
Really just showed
and given the fact that he's been, he talked about being bullied and not responding.
That's it.
And yet he had the right response. In that moment. And I think everybody is so impressed by what he's done and how he's handled it.
I think he's trying to also figure out his take on this once he hits stage. Which way am I going to go with this? Because it's unearthing a lot of emotional stuff and being bullied in his past.
Right.
I mean, he's talking about he was bullied up in his adulthood. He was robbed at SNL. When he worked at SNL, he was sucker punched and they took his way. So this is opening up a lot of emotions for him. And on the other side of the spectrum, it's, hey, man, maybe I want to take the high road.
Sure.
Let's get it.
By the way, you don't have to respond immediately.
Right.
He's well within his right. Take his time, figure it out, process it, and then deal with it on his terms and his time.
Boy, this thing is not going away. Every day there's something new.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We have some good stuff for you today. We are back with the first look at today's episode of our streaming show, Shop All Day. In honor of Women's History Month, the Shop Today team is celebrating women-owned businesses.
That's right. Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post is here. You can scan the QR code, or you could go old school. Text SHOP to 34318. Chassie, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Good morning.
And I'm just so excited about this episode because there's so many incredibly innovative and creative women who have some fabulous businesses.
Okay. Let's start with spring cleaning for around the house. I'm fascinated by that.
Yes. So this is an overachiever, Al. This is a total multitasker. So it's called the Universal Multi-Purpose Cleaner, and it is plant-based. So it does all the cleaning. It'll clean pretty much everything without harsh chemicals. You've got to smell it. Yes.
That's what I do first.
Smell that. Oh my gosh. So guess who founded this company?
Who founded this company?
Kris Jenner and Emma Grede, yes, who you may know from Shark Tank season 13, and she founded Skims with Kim Kardashian, and also Good American with Khloe Kardashian, and this stuff will clean everything from marble, porcelain, hardwood floors, and
I'm here
more.
for it.
And it feels luxurious. I mean, for $5.98.
$5.98?
Oh. Yes, you feel like, you know, an everyday task.
And you're not inhaling like crazy fumes.
No,
you know what I mean?
It smells so good. They're way into scents. Okay, so this is incredible. This is called the My Matcha All Over Moisture Stick. Okay. It is by a company called Coco Kind, and this was created by Priscilla Tsai, and she quit her Wall Street job because she was looking for a product that could help her hormonal acne, and she just came up with this incredible all over moisture stick. Like that? Yes, it's a stick that will moisturize anything on your body. Oh yeah. I mean, really anything from your lips to your face to your hands,
your feet when you're wearing sandals.
Guess what? Wow. It's made with real matcha tea.
You might want two versions.
Yes.
You don't want to
when it
put
smells
that in
like a nice
places.
cup of tea.
It's so good, and it's got caffeine in it, so it helps to depuff your eyes. So I love that.
Well, you know I love my lashes.
Oh
so
yes,
let's talk
and
about
guess
these.
what? You know, a lot of women though are intimidated.
I
by
know.
lashes,
Don't be intimidated.
Right?
It's so fun.
It's so fun.
To me, it's like a cape.
Is it fun?
Right.
It
yes.
is. It feels like a cape. Right. Like you're like Superwoman.
And it really opens up your eyes. But we've got a brand that is going to change women's conception of eyelashes. It's called Love Scene by Jenna Lyons. You guys know her, style guru. She was the president and creative director, former of J. Crew.
Oh, okay.
So she got together with Troy Olivier, and they came up with lashes that redefine the entire product because they are incredibly natural looking. These are, you know, for every day, not just big days. And check this out. This is their most sort of natural lash. They come in so many different kinds, different colors.
So it goes on top of your lashes?
Yes, yes.
And I'll do it for you, but
these are game changers, so high quality. You can wear them up to 10 times. And what a chic little case,
well,
right?
That's cool too. You can wear them 10 times.
Yes, 10 times.
Oh, it's got its own little carrier.
It does. It does. I know. And so that's redefining lashes. Okay, so next up we have two must-have.
This is your favorite.
Yes, leave-in hair product.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, from Kristen S., who is a celebrity hairstylist and influencer, 500,000 followers. And what they love is her, you know, perfectly undone, I didn't work on
whimsical
my hair.
curl.
What's the difference between this and this?
Well, this is a leave-in air dry curl cream. So that means you can air dry, run out the door, and your hair still looks great.
Don't you always air dry?
No. Hair dryer.
Oh, hair dryer.
A hair dryer, right? And then this is the curl
know.
defining cream. So if you've got curls, right, you just use it.
Mine are done with a wand, but if you have real curls.
Yes, and the Shop Today team is obsessed with this product. It works so well, and I mean, so is the rest of
so
the
last
world.
but not least.
Okay.
Tell me about, is this like, it's so funny, I saw this online. It's like the best-selling something.
This is from Somersault, and this is started by two women, Lori Coulter and Reshma Shadaram Chamberlain. And this is called the Unicorn of Bathing Suits, the most universally flattering bathing suit ever. You know why?
Talk to me about this.
Listen to what they did. The brand says they went and they took 1.5 million measurements from over a group of 10,000 women to come up with this fit. So it is inclusive, and guess what? It has lots of...
just suck it in.
Yes,
that's what
lots
you want.
of compression material. And it's got that one shoulder.
It's like
so
Spanx
cute.
bathing suit?
That is... But here's the thing. You need Spanx, but otherwise, if you're not careful, it'll have spillage.
Exactly. But they did so much
As opposed
research.
to shrinkage.
Like, you don't want... No, seriously, if you suck too much, you have stuff hanging out.
Excuse me?
Right. So they thought of everything, Chanel. I mean,
This took a turn.
Yes. Next time you go on vacation,
Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Puerto Rico.
Can't wait for the guy version.
Yes.
Jesse, thanks so much. For more on these products, head to today.com/shop all day.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Okay, it is not often we have a pasta master in our kitchen, but today's our lucky day. Evan Funke, he's a California chef who just opened a new restaurant. It is so hot in LA, it's hard to get a table, but it's called Mother Wolf.
I feel like everybody has been writing about it. And this past weekend, he was serving cuisine to the biggest stars at the Vanity Fair viewing and after party on Oscar night. Like, we think, did these people eat? But yes, they were.
They crushed.
They crushed it. What did they love the most of your food?
I think they ate the most pizza.
You made pizza?
Oh, yes.
Did you fry
absolutely.
anything, or you don't do?
We fried squash blossoms, we fried arancini, we fried supli, we fried meatballs.
Come on.
Okay, wait.
We made pasta.
Come on.
I just read something. Is this true? This is a 5-ingredient pasta dish. That's it?
It is.
Simple.
It is. And
so
it depends on whose grandmother you're talking to. The recipe shifts. So this is a pasta, rigatoni alla matriciana. It's from the town of Amatrice, which is in the Rieti region of Lazio. So we have some cured pork jowl here called guanciale. And we just want to slice about 1/8 of an inch. And then we want to cut tiles.
Okay.
That way we retain the crispness, but it doesn't take forever to render. Exactly.
Got it.
So we got that. We've got a hot pan here, and we're just going to start to render this slow, just like you would bacon.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just
in fact,
give
I
this
thought it
this
was
kind
bacon, to be honest.
It's better than bacon. It's all about the fat ratio, fat to meat ratio. You want a little bit of meat, but you want mostly fat. So we're going to allow that to render. I'm going to slide over here. Magic of television. We have some pre-rendered. Now, here's the key for this pasta. Okay, you want to drop this into the water? We're going to cook that for about 3 minutes. So while we
Did you make that pasta?
No, this is made in Brooklyn.
Oh,
this is fresh pasta.
Some friends from Brooklyn. Okay, so we've got some rendered guanciale here, and it's beautiful. And here's the thing: the love ratio, for a pasta amatriciana is 50-50. Okay, so you want 50% pork fat, and 50% pomodoro.
Is this right?
So 50%
It's about right.
of that.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the love ratio. So this pasta should not be red, it should be rosé.
Rosé.
Okay.
Love it.
So what we're gonna do is, that's all right, I got it. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna eyeball this,
Let me
okay?
see. How you do? Stop.
Whoa.
Okay, that's about 50%. All right, and then we're just gonna
Look how he does that. Look at that.
Look at that. Beautiful. And that's the sauce?
Rosé.
That's it?
Yeah, so it's not red, it's rosé. Now, there's a couple of different iterations of this pasta dish. Some add onion, some add pepperoncino and black pepper, but I'm a purist.
You
Just the
like it
pomodoro
pure.
and the guanciale. Okay.
Now what?
And you can buy this at the grocery store, pomodoro.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So this is tomato passata. You can use canned tomato puree if you can, or originally when the tomato was introduced into Italy, it was just fresh tomatoes.
Okay.
So the basis, the origin of this pasta actually comes from Grisciano, which is a neighboring community, and it's called pasta alla gricia, which is just guanciale. Black pepper.
Oh my God.
Smells so good. So that's it. Now you just take the pasta and dump it in?
Exactly.
Wait,
so
what?
So you do it al dente
Look at
in
that.
there so it
I
doesn't
do it very al dente.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of texture.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go straight in to the pasta,
There you go, JP.
Beautiful.
into the sauce, and we'll toss. Go ahead and pass
Look at
behind me.
that
There you
toss.
go. Okay, so what we need is a little bit of pecorino romano.
Look at that.
Just to finish.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
I've made a few 100,000 of these.
This is amazing.
Isn't it so good? And it's so simple.
It was simple.
And it's just about the technique, and that's it.
Oh my gosh. This
Pasta
is
alla
heaven.
matriciana.
No wonder why they crushed it at Vanity Fair's
No
party.
wonder they called you the master pasta chef.
I'm a student, perpetual student.
Well,
That's
why
why
I
you're
like
so
to
good.
to make this recipe at home, you can go to today.com/food. That was great. Everybody
It's
saying
so
how
good.
good it was.
No, I'm just like, how do they get it all in the 30
we
minutes?
just do. Anyway, we get another big one tomorrow.
It'll be the 1st of April. We'll see you then. Bye-bye. Over the years, I've been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. And then we had made that pesto, which was,
Exactly.
darn. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. But I'm putting those days behind me for good. Today, Executive Chef Ayesha Nurjaya is here to help me test my culinary prowess and step it up a notch. We're going to make a Mediterranean-inspired mezze feast, including my favorite chicken shawarma with a tangy white sauce and homemade hummus, plus a few special favorites from her show-stopping restaurants, Shuka and Shuket. I'm a little nervous, a little intimidated, but mostly just so excited to try. So let's get started. Chef Ayesha, you know I am your super fan.
And I appreciate that.
And now you have heard that I don't know how to cook anything, right?
I've heard that, but I want to see it for myself.
Let's get started.
Okay, perfect. Well, let's cheers first.
Oh.
Have a drink here.
Oh, where's my... Oh, what is this
This
fancy
is a gazelle. So this is like basically a fruit juice that's topped with a little bit of seltzer. And some herbs.
That is delicious.
So there's some blood orange in here, some cara cara, a touch of grapefruit, and seltzer. And if we're feeling like getting a little litty, we're gonna put a little tequila.
I could see a little something extra in there, but I've got it. We've got knives. I have to stay sober for
We're gonna
this.
stay focused right now.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me look at the recipe.
Sure.
Because I'm a new cook, I get obsessed about the recipe.
But I have a plan. Our plan for today is start the chicken shawarma, make and mix the white sauce, prepare the hummus, create a pantry salad, prepare the toppings for the chicken shawarma, and serve and eat. We're gonna start with the marinade first.
Okay.
Okay? So right to your left, you have some lemon juice.
Yes.
We're gonna put that right in here.
Okay.
And then we're gonna use some garlic paste. Now this garlic paste, I'm gonna hand this to you.
Now this is one, I'm already scared. Garlic paste. Well,
Don't be
first of all, I
scared.
gotta open it. Okay.
But I'm gonna show
there it
you
is.
something. We're just gonna put a little bit of olive oil in this spoon and kind of coat it with this.
Oh, you're like basically greasing your...
Exactly.
Wow, that is so smart.
Right, so if-
Cooking show over. This is incredible. This is revolutionary.
Would be great if you added a little bit of that olive oil in there.
How much?
All of it. It's like baking, where they tell you like dry ingredients versus wet ingredients.
Yes,
You want to
okay.
kind of put either all the drying in first or the wet. I
How
like
much
to do
whisking?
the wet. No, that's fine, as long as it's combined. But right now, we're gonna add a little bit of our spice blend. You have 1 tablespoon of black pepper. This is cinnamon.
Okay,
So
right now.
that was paprika, this is cumin.
Cumin.
And this is my favorite.
Okay.
It's the color of my shirt.
It is. What is this?
This is turmeric.
I was gonna guess that. Oh, I love it.
So this is really gonna give that earthy flavor to the shawarma and also that beautiful color. So we're gonna whisk that together.
I'm starting to recognize this marinade. I know.
All right, perfect. All right, so this looks beautiful.
Okay.
And now we're gonna do the onion. So I'm
Okay,
gonna do
wait,
one.
I know how to do this.
Okay. What you wanna do is, at this point, you can cut the little piece off at the end. Here.
Okay, okay.
Okay?
This is off.
Yes. And then you kind of want to follow the curvature of the onion with your knife. So we're not going to slice straight down. We're going to slice like this, a little bit on an angle, if you will. Yes, perfect.
Like that?
Yep. Perfect. Okay. There you go.
But now that's done.
Look how beautiful that is.
Okay.
So we're going to put that in there.
Okay,
Okay. And we're going to mix this together.
Okay.
Do you mind grabbing the chicken? So right now we're gonna use chicken thighs, and I love chicken thighs because I find them to be super forgiving.
Yes.
Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna dump the chicken right onto our thing.
You're a wild woman.
Because we don't need all of this paper.
Okay.
It's like Christmas.
Exactly.
Christmas. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this first so I can show you. If you notice my hand is like this, like doing a C, and then you're going up and down, slicing right through. How you feeling?
Good. Is it like, okay.
Beautiful.
Is it?
Yes. Okay.
It's hard to do that knuckle thing. I know you're supposed to.
You have to practice it.
Yours looks like it's easy to cut, and then when I do it, I'm like sawing like I'm Paul Bunyan in the forest. Maybe I just need to be more confident.
Yes, you have to be easy on yourself in the beginning. Okay, so you have one more there.
Okay, here we go.
Right.
Okay.
Now, your best, we have beautiful kitchen tools here, but your best kitchen tool are going to be your hands. So you're going to get right in there.
Ooh, and I like it with the gloves, because then I just don't feel all gross.
Right.
Hello.
So you want to make sure that each crevice of those chicken thighs, remember the parts that we saw that were open, like where the bone was?
Yes.
That all that marinade gets in there.
Okay, so I really want to get in there.
Exactly.
Okay. These thighs have the life.
You're
a full
kidding.
massage here.
Look at this.
They're living their best life.
treatment. It looks beautiful. So we're gonna have you put that in the refrigerator.
Okay, I'm gonna cover it and put it in.
Yes, and I have one in there if you don't mind grabbing it that has been marinated already.
Okay.
I'll make some room for you. Perfect.
48 hours later,
48
through the
hours
magic
later.
of television.
So let's uncover this.
So this is made. Now, what if you really didn't have 48 hours or you're a bad planner? Like,
I mean,
what's
you
the
could
bare minimum?
You could do it for 4 hours. You could.
Really?
But I can't guarantee you that really deep flavor.
Got it.
That's the only thing.
Fair enough.
So if you smell this, you can smell all that hard work that you did with the garlic.
Delish,
And I'm gonna hand you this sheet tray. So the key here is what we wanna do is make sure that we put this on the sheet tray, but we give it enough space that the heat is hitting it, so we're not overcrowding it.
Okay.
Why don't I just help you out by kind of like doing a little bit of the dump method here.
Is that all right?
Yep.
Oh,
and then
okay.
you are gonna use your
then
tongs
spread it.
to spread them out,
Yeah,
right?
cool. But like, does each guy have to live in his own little world?
Nah, they just have to have a little space around them. Good?
Yeah, I think
Perfect.
so.
So we'll walk this over to the oven.
Now, does the rack position matter in this?
As long as it's in the, as long as they're not on the same shelf, you'll be okay.
Okay.
So I'll go here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna put that in there.
Chicken shawarma is in the oven, but it's not a good shawarma unless you have this beautiful white sauce.
You have to have the white sauce.
So what is it?
So have you ever eaten like out of a cart, a halal cart?
Yeah.
And you get like chicken over rice, and the guy says white sauce, hot sauce, and you like double white sauce?
Yes.
This is really where this recipe was born.
Okay.
It is now like the ranch of the kitchen. They put it on shawarma, family meal. I've seen it go on pasta. I mean, they take it to a
French
place.
fries?
I mean, that's the best.
Yes.
That's the best application if you ask me.
Okay.
So we're gonna take some of the technique that we learned in the first about the wet and the dry.
Yes.
And we're gonna start this. So
stealing
to
your
your
whisk.
left,
Okay.
you have some creme fraiche.
This is mayo, I recognize that.
Okay, we have
anywhere.
mayo.
A couple mayonnaise.
And then in your next container, we're gonna have the yogurt. I like to use Greek yogurt because I like the thickness of it, and it gives the sauce like a nice body.
Okay.
So you have lemon juice there.
Yeah.
To your
lemon
left.
Juice, lemon
Okay.
juice. Okay.
And then the next thing you're gonna do is gonna grate that garlic clove on the microplane.
Ooh, now this is
Have you done that
scary.
before?
I haven't. I have to say these things are scary.
The reason why you feel comfortable is probably because you don't want to nick your finger.
Because I have nicked my finger.
So what you would do is put on a glove. Okay,
So
you
I'm
can put
the
that
whole thing.
3/4 of it. It's an extra large clove I chose just so that you wouldn't feel.
See,
we're
yeah, it's so
getting too close.
scary. Like, am I doing like this?
You are.
back
Can I
and
just show you
forth?
something though?
Yeah.
You have to be in a place where you feel comfortable. So this
I don't feel
rested on
comfortable.
here.
Yeah.
This
Oh.
at a point, and then if you do this,
Oh,
you have a
that's
lot of
better.
space between you and the edge. So you could kind of.
Oh, that's a better
Just
way
do it
to
like
do it.
3 or 4 times.
I gotta tell you, this gives me a little anxiety.
So tap it 3 or 4 times.
Oh.
And let's turn it around. Should be all good. And that was perfect.
1 teaspoon sherry vinegar.
Okay. Now, if you don't have sherry vinegar, red wine vinegar will do.
One time when I was in high school, my mother said to me, Savannah, did you and your girlfriends drink my sherry wine, cooking wine? And I was like, no. But then I thought to myself, would that work?
Perfect. Okay. And we're gonna add the dry spices now.
Oh, there they are. Okay, see, I missed it. I'd have been like, and we're done. White sauce over.
Almost,
No,
almost.
okay.
So we have black pepper, half a teaspoon.
Okay.
The next is our garlic powder. And here we have onion powder.
1 teaspoon onion powder.
Onion powder and garlic powder are those 2 spices in your pantry that will always get you out of trouble.
Okay.
If you ever need like a quick marinade and you don't know, onion powder, garlic powder, salt, and olive oil do the trick.
Like they cover all the sins, huh?
All the sins.
Okay, there we go. That's
okay.
Okay, good.
Okay, and
Did
then we
I
have
get
our
it all?
salt.
No salt. How much salt?
Half
teaspoon salt.
Okay. How would you tell if this is good or not?
I learned something.
And what is it?
You must taste it.
And here, I present you with your magic tasting spoon box.
I just love this.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to taste it
taste it.
too. And what we're tasting for is that all of these key players are in harmony together.
I mean, sprinkle my ashes with this. It
You
is
did a great
so
job.
good. Do you think
Now
it's
you
good?
can- it's delicious.
I think it's perfect.
And now you can understand why my kitchen uses it on everything.
I wouldn't change one thing.
So let's put this in the bowl that we're going to serve it in, because it's one
okay.
less step that we have to do later.
Oh, smart, okay.
Maybe I'll get you another spoon, or you got it?
No, I'll do it like this.
Okay. And the key when you do it like this is just keep pouring it right in the middle.
Oh, okay.
It'll make a little beautiful mound.
Is that good?
Yes, it's perfect. It looks delicious.
I get obsessive about Clean Plate Club here.
Okay. So we're going to put this in the refrigerator.
Has anyone ever licked the bowl?
Absolutely. I mean, this is also good with crudité.
Oh.
So if I was cooking,
Yes.
I would leave this dirty bowl right here.
Yeah.
It's not chicken, we're okay.
Yes.
We'll have a little snack. So let's get this in the
We
refrigerator.
gotta cover and refrigerate.
Perfect.
Aisha, ask and you
As,
shall receive.
as promised, we have a little bit of celery sticks
Okay,
here.
let's just try
and
it
this,
out.
we're just gonna have a little snack. I mean, we deserve it after all this
Oh
cooking.
my gosh, we do. Can I double dip on my side?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's so good. Have I mentioned how good it is?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For our next trick, homemade hummus. 2 words I never thought I'd utter. Why should I make it when I can go to the store?
You could always customize it to how you want it. If you love garlic, if you like smoked paprika, if you want to keep it super plain. So we're gonna show you a plain hummus. Okay. And then we're gonna doctor it up as you like. I heard through the grapevine that the machine we're gonna use is something that you're not a big fan of.
Don't say the food processor.
I'm gonna have to. It's like your Home Alone moment with the big furnace in the basement.
I have food processor fear.
We're gonna show you exactly
It's the thing.
how unintimidating it is.
Okay.
So let's grab the food processor.
First of all, it weighs 600 pounds.
It does. First of all, this machine is built for safety. So we're gonna open the blades here, and then we have all of these accoutrements, if you will.
Now, see,
So
I'm always thinking I'm gonna get cut.
right. You always wanna kind of assertively take it out, and hold it by its edges, because this is very, very sharp.
Yeah.
This is the grater. This is what you would want to do if you were trying to make coleslaw. And this is the blade. So this slices things in discs.
Okay.
So if you had zucchini, cabbage would be good in here
What about
too.
potatoes? I hate slicing potatoes.
Potatoes would be perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so that's this. And then it comes with this nice microphone. So you can sing karaoke while you're making it. But that's really for the attachments, and we're not going to use that right now. Okay? And this is the blade.
How do we choose this one?
Because this is the one that's going to puree.
Oh.
So here we have
All right,
chickpeas.
Yes.
So we're going to throw them in here.
Stuff them in.
1, 2. Okay.
4 cups cooked chickpea, 1/2 cup tahini paste.
So you're going to take
it's not
that,
that
your
pasty.
with your small little spatula, because you want to get every single little morsel of that out.
Maybe it is a little pasty.
It could work with this.
It's viscous. Yeah. Okay. That's
okay, so your tahini is in, and then we have our lemon juice.
1/4 cup lemon juice.
Right. Okay, olive oil.
1/2 cup olive oil.
Okay, you can put that in there. Perfect. And then you have salt.
Kosher salt. Now, this is one of those. How much? You guys, you chefs, you never want to say.
Well, this is a good technique for you to learn. So that's nice, but this is what you really are going to look for. You want to make it rain.
How do I know that?
Because listen, you're going to have to learn how to cook by taste and touch. Okay. So I know that when I grab that's 28 grams.
Okay.
Because I've been cooking for a long time.
Wow.
So if a recipe calls for 1 tablespoon of salt,
yes.
Can you open your hand? So you know
that's a lot.
Right, but you know what that feels like.
Yeah.
So half of that is what you would have used in that recipe, but I already put it in for you.
Okay. So
this way you know. This way you know what it feels like.
Okay.
All right. So put that on your board.
Put it on my board.
It's okay. And then we got to do a little bit over the left shoulder because we can't have anything.
Is that like a good luck thing?
When we walk out of here today.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. So we're gonna put the lid on.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah. Let me just. Oh boy. Oh boy. Stand clear.
So what I'm gonna do?
Do I need to cover this? Is it gonna come exploding out?
Hit this button. It's a pulse.
That says off. Ah.
Okay. Good. Do it again.
Where should I put this?
Yeah, put your hand up there. Keep going.
Now, how come I don't just on it?
So you can on it, but what I like to do is kind of pulse it so that it gets all the ingredients together. So now you can put the on button.
Okay.
And just let it rip for a little while. All right. Have a sip of your gazos.
This is fun. Sure beats chopping all this stuff.
Absolutely. Okay. And we're gonna stop this. And this is really quintessential when you're using this machine because the blade is on the bottom, right? And it's only going in one direction. What we like to do when we use this is take the top off, and we like to go around, which I'm gonna do this time, and you'll do the next, and take what's the ingredients that are on the bottom and kind of flip them on their top. Because we wanna make sure that when we're making this hummus that everything has the same consistency, okay?
Have to go pulse again?
No, you're gonna put it on.
Oh.
And at this point, we're gonna stream in some of that water.
All at once or
just a little bit at a time? This is 1 cup of water. I actually think that we might use 3/4 of a cup. Now this part is not a definite in a recipe. It depends how much you dried your chickpeas and how much liquid is in there.
Okay.
So if you dump the whole cup of water in there, it could be too liquidy.
Okay.
We want something that's gonna hold its peak. Look good, you see that?
It's getting smoother, which I like it.
And now you can see, if you step on my side, you see how this is really moving slowly?
Yeah.
That's why you have to stop.
All right, so time to stop and,
right? You're gonna open
have
it.
an intervention.
Right? Perfect. Here you are.
Okay, so now I'm just like kind of going around the sides. Let's get everybody in there. Oh,
okay, so let's taste it. That's on point.
Honey, that is delicious hummus.
Perfect. So we're gonna unclick it, lift that up.
Now, how long can I keep this in my refrigerator?
3 to 4 days.
Okay.
Okay. And the same thing, you're gonna spoon it directly in the middle.
I mean, this looks delish.
And at Shuka and Shukette, we do the swoosh. And in the swoosh, we usually fill it with lots of nice things.
So I do the spice first?
Yep, let's do the spice
over
first.
Or just in my little...
Whatever you like.
Well, I think it looks kind of fancy when it's like... Is that good or is that
Yeah,
too
beautiful.
heavy?
No, keep going. Okay. And you're gonna fill that pool and all the little divots here.
Oh, I love it. This looks like professional.
I mean, you're killing it.
Come on.
I'm coming over when you're making this.
Seriously.
How beautiful
oh my gosh,
is that?
That is gorgeous.
All right. So we have some pita chips here. We could have had some crudité. I mean, listen, this is another one of those things. Why don't you take your little celery stick?
Oh, yeah.
You do a little dip.
Exactly.
And we'll make you like the little chef tasting.
Oh, yes.
Do
Oh,
that.
I love that.
And then we'll put
that
a little
much,
bit.
huh? Oh, my
Yeah,
gosh.
Yeah, why not?
Look at this.
If we're going to do it.
I mean, come to
Go
mama.
ahead.
Okay, oh, there we go.
What do you think?
I mean, it's so good.
Awesome.
So good.
All right.
Oh, my gosh.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
If there is one thing I love at Shuka, Aisha, it's your salads.
I love salad because it really represents the bounty of what is being grown. We're kind of doing a pantry salad, if you will.
Okay.
So I found these things in the refrigerator.
Okay.
Okay. And we have some romaine that I've just roughly chopped up here.
Great.
And what I'm going to do is show you how to cut some of these tomatoes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's not a strong suit.
So
of mine.
these are baby cherry tomatoes. So we're going to actually use the serrated knife for this. You're going to pinch the tomato a little bit, and you're going to make it taut, so that when you go right through the serrated knife and come back around, that it splits in half.
Okay, wow.
Okay?
So I'm
So you're gonna pinch it, you feel it's tight?
I do.
Right, put your knife and go right through.
Okay, great.
Okay, we're gonna add it to here. And then here we have our Persian cucumbers. I love to leave the skin on because they're so small.
Oh, interesting. I always take the skin
Really?
off, but yeah, but that's just, I don't know.
Well, they're super healthy.
Yes.
The cucumber itself.
Okay.
And I think it adds some color and texture.
Yeah.
So because that's pretty small, I'm gonna cut this into quarters. Again, I cut it in half.
Those little.
Perfect. And then I would just cut them into half-inch little pieces.
Now would you do it like that, or is that a bad
I think
idea?
that's a little aggressive, because again, we want to be safe and we want to make it to the dinner table.
Now I think I'm Julia Child.
So you want them cut side down, because now they're not going to roll away from you.
Oh, right, okay.
And we're going to add these straight away to here. Okay, we're going to add some pine nuts. Do you like pine nuts?
I do.
I love pine nuts. I like pine nuts because they actually have really good fat content, and they add like this luxurious feel when you bite into them.
Okay.
And then last but not least would be our feta.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So we have everything in the bowl here.
Yes.
And now let's talk dressing.
Okay.
My favorite go-to dressing is lemon juice, olive oil, honey, and salt.
Okay. Can I ask your tossing technique?
Sure.
This is what I would do.
I go from the bottom up. It's the
Okay.
same thing like when you were marinating the chicken, from the bottom up.
Okay. Let me
And
try
I
it.
personally don't like a lot of dressing.
Yeah.
So I would just like do a once around.
That's what I just kind of figure people can add more if they so desire. How's that?
Perfect,
Good?
perfect, that's
Okay.
good.
And then just.
And then same thing, bottom up.
Yum.
Maybe I'll put a little more feta because those nice little chunks are now nestled at the bottom.
This looks delicious.
Yes. So if you just want to put that to the side, we have a few finishing touches before we eat.
Okay. I thought we were done. What's this guy coming here for?
Since you did such an amazing job and we've conquered your fears, we're going to bring him out again so that you could show him who's boss.
The food processor?
You know it, you know it.
And this guy?
Yes.
Ah.
But before we do that, I'm going to show you how to break this down.
Okay.
Okay? So this is red cabbage.
Yeah.
So we're going to cut a little bit of the bottom off, like that. And then you just want to remove the outer leaves.
See what I mean?
You got it, you got it. There you go.
I guess I just got to be a little more aggressive.
You could use a little force.
Yeah.
We're going to cut this in half. You're going to take your knife. You're going to put it in as much as you can. Right? In the beginning. Got it? Okay.
Yeah.
Good, good.
See, now I'm like
Okay,
stuck
hold
and
on.
this guy's
All
sticking
right.
out. Okay.
So
yeah.
keep your hand flat.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yep,
So put your hand flat and now push all the way down. It might take 3 or 4 saws, but just keep your hand flat. Go ahead. You almost got it.
Where's the chainsaw? Can I saw it on the other side?
Okay, let me help you for a second. Because what happened is that your knife is now in here, not the blade. So we're gonna take that out, okay? And then when you get to this point, you're gonna take your knife, you're gonna go straight down on this side, flip it, and straight down on the other side.
That's what I would want to do. I'd want to be like, shoot, like this. You know the other thing that's, ouch, darn it.
What happened?
I've never gotten through a segment without, no, it was just a little tap.
Okay.
Just a little
So wait, hold
tap.
on, but let's do it together so you don't have a tapping problem again. Oh, okay, great. Hold on, put it down, put it down.
Starting to see.
We're gonna go down here, okay? And then you gotta be assertive and go down here.
Okay. Now
Practice.
what are we doing?
Just cut it in half again so that I know that you can do it.
God.
Okay, good. See, you did it.
Who'd think this would be the hardest part?
Okay. So let's get the machine. You don't need all of that because we're gonna
all right.
buzz it 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Okay. You want to get the
Where's
bottom?
my friend? Okay. Here we go.
There's your friend.
Okay.
Okay. Now this part is a little more complicated than the other one.
Oh, now
so I'm going to show you how to
blades.
use these guys.
All right.
Okay. One is that you should always know that they're super sharp. Okay. So you only want to touch the edges. This part you want to hold down. You see how that little piece goes down?
Yes.
And you are going to turn it just like this was, on an angle, and then slide it in. So on an angle and slide it in.
Can I try it?
Of course.
I don't
Easier,
know.
no? Okay.
There. Okay. All right.
That's it.
Boy, I never knew that.
Okay. So it's locked in here, right?
Yes.
You heard it snap.
Oh.
We're going to put that in here.
I would have put it the other way.
Okay, I just spun it because you need the bottom to that's probably, you're gonna turn this on.
Oh, already? Okay.
Yep. Okay, so now it's spinning. So now you're gonna take the cabbage.
My heart is racing.
And you're gonna put pieces of it in. Okay, and then you're gonna put that in there. There you go, look at this. There you are.
This is fun. Get in here.
There you go.
Get in here.
Yeah, go ahead. So we're gonna shut the machine now. Go ahead. Okay, and we're gonna wait for the blade to completely stop spinning, right? And we're gonna open this, and you see that inside?
I mean, that looks incredible.
Right?
Okay, now I get it. I get it,
We're
the
gonna
food
take,
processor.
if you would, please, take this out. Is that okay?
What's this for, anyway?
For the shawarma. We need a fresh crunch on top, okay?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we have that in here. You're gonna take the top out.
All right, let's go.
All right. So this is gonna give you more of like a slice of cabbage. I like this way better, personally, because I like a lot of texture. As you can see in this bowl, it's kind of like confetti.
I like that, actually.
Perfect. We'll do one more little piece, and then I think we'll be ready
What
to
did we
go.
do in the olden days before food processors?
Oh, actually, you have some tongs there.
Just put a little
Yeah,
on
just put a little bit of yours on that half.
Come over to my way, the minced cabbage way.
There you go.
Look at, isn't that friendly? Okay.
Perfect.
Yum.
Okay. We have one more thing, the star of the show, the chicken shawarma.
Oh my gosh. Hello.
Oh my God.
Sarah.
Okay. Wow, look at this.
Man.
Smells delicious.
Come to mama.
Take that one, and I'll take this one.
No, we never
Here.
looked at it. Should I have been checking it? How do I know it's done?
It's pretty foolproof, the recipe, when it comes to cooking. If you want, if you touch this piece right here, see how it gives you like almost zero resistance? That means that it's cooked. And same way you've been doing it.
Just gonna load it
put
up?
it right in the middle, yeah. Wow, that looks good. All right, perfect. So let's get this, and can you grab the salad?
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll get to the table.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
I can't believe we did this. I mean, I can believe you did this. I can't
No,
believe I did
you
this.
nailed it. You have to stop telling people that you know how to cook. Look at this spread.
How do you eat your chicken shawarma? How do you prepare
Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm going to show you.
I want to see.
So I can't help but make a sandwich because how could I not? So I'm going to give you my half,
yes.
okay? And then what I like to do is kind of mix some of these condiments. So here we have harissa and zug, and here's the white sauce we made. So of course we have to put some white sauce on here.
Come to me for those of white sauce.
Okay, I'm just gonna spread it out.
What's
there.
zug? I didn't know what that
That is, here you go. And then you wanna spread some of that in there. This is cilantro, serrano chilies, and cardamom.
I wanna get some of these onions and stuff in there, right? Yeah.
And then I love to eat with fresh herbs. I'm gonna give you some. Are you okay with mint and cilantro?
Do I just shove it in there?
Just shove it in there.
Okay.
And then, of course, we have to bring over our cabbage. Let me turn this around so you could have your half.
I'll just do my.
And I'll have mine. Yeah.
We'll just kind of sprinkle
It's
it
the
in
rip
there.
and dip. You know.
I mean, it's beautiful.
You know how to do that. And then I'm gonna take this. Do you like spice?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna do a little baby drizzle. How about that? There.
Yum.
And then we'll have to do just a little on
I
your
was
first
gonna
bite.
ask,
You know what I
so
mean?
thank you. Yes, I want a little more.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Should we cheers?
Cheers. Thank you
To an
so
amazing
much.
job. Thank
yes,
you.
I love it.
All right,
Let's
let's
see. It's so good. It's so good.
So good.
Delicious. I'm going in for more. You ever put hummus in it?
Of course. And that's the beauty of the sandwich. Like as you're eating, you kind of just like put a little bit more of something else on top.
I know. Don't mind me if I just lick my fingers here.
It's supposed to be messy.
Dragon swirl. I love it. For me, this is kind of fancy and fun food, but this is a classic family meal.
Absolutely. The reason why I love like the Middle Eastern Mediterranean style of eating is because it's all of these little small plates. And you could really rip and dip and match. And no two flavors on this table don't go well together.
There's something for everyone.
Absolutely.
Even my kids.
Even the kids.
Delicious. Thank you so much. Mom said don't talk with your mouth full.
But sometimes you can't help it.
I truly am. Thank you for showing me this.
My pleasure. It was an honor to be cooking with you, and I'll do it anytime. You mastered all of the food processor, your knife skills. I think you're gonna nail it. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have been waiting for this interview patiently because I have always felt weirdly connected to you in so many different ways because I feel like our lives have these weird parallel paths, and the more I learn about you, the more I feel it. And I just want to say I've missed you for a long time. I'm just happy to sit with you. But how are you? You're in Nashville. What's happening?
Okay, I'm good. I'm in Nashville. We are doing a little bit of touring, mostly on the weekends. Boys are 11 and 14.
No, they're not.
I am seriously not a cool mom anymore. I'm like, you just don't know, Mom. You don't know, Mom.
You don't get it.
You don't get it.
Can I remind you of something? You were here at the Today Show, downstairs in the dressing room, with your boys when they were little. And I went down there and I remembered thinking, watching you with your kids, I want something like that one day.
Yes. And I'm telling you, I have more friends. I'm just like, you can do this. Babies are coming in and you don't get the wrong kids. It just doesn't happen that way. And my kids so clearly not only picked me, but picked each other. And man, what a cool honor. You know, I tell my kids all the time, I am so honored to be your mom. You know, I mean, I even told my 14-year-old that last night because he hugged my parents as they were leaving. Just involuntarily. My dad's 89 and my mom's 84. And I said, after they left, I said, I love you so much, but I just want to tell you what a cool person you are. Because not everybody just wants to volunteer a hug. You know, whether it's your grandparents, you know, an elderly, you're a teenager. He just got up and hugged him, and I was just like, man, you're an awesome boy with a giant heart. And he's like, I know, Mom. I know, Mom.
Wasn't it your
I know,
mom, Cheryl, at the beginning? Because, I mean, I remembered thinking, like, I never spoke out loud the fact that I wanted children because I thought I had missed my window. So I thought, I hate to say something out loud that I know can't happen. So I didn't speak it. And one day I was walking with a girlfriend down the street, and she said, well, me and you, we didn't want to have kids, you know, so it worked out great. And I said, well, I actually did. And I just thought I missed it. And I just remember saying it out loud and how weird that was to speak it and then to say it again. And it kind of like made it real. Sometimes I feel like even if you whisper your secret into the mirror, the bathroom mirror, at least it gives it breath and life. Yeah. Did you always want kids? Did you talk about it when you were younger? Did you always think about it?
I just never didn't think I would have kids, you know, and I think I was thinking of it in the context of family. It wasn't like I saw myself being pregnant. I couldn't wait to experience having a baby inside of me. It wasn't so much that. It was much more about the wonder of getting to raise a person, you know, and obviously, as you know, Hoda, I was 45 when I adopted my first one. I was 48 when I adopted my second one. I had the gift of getting a lot of things out of my system before I had my kids or before I got my kids. So there wasn't anything that I felt like I was missing. If I stayed home and something was going on, I just didn't feel like I was missing anything, that I wanted to be anywhere else. And that's a gift. I think if I was in my 20s and even early 30s trying to be in the world that I've lived in for the last 28 years, I might have been pulled in a lot of different directions. But, you know, there's one thing about a woman and the biological clock. You know, we get blamed a lot for the demises of relationships. Well, her biological clock, or she wanted kids and I wasn't ready for that. And it's such a, I don't want to say a sexist thing, but it does feel like that, you know. And I remember my last relationship crumbling largely because that is what I wanted. I didn't want to be somebody's girlfriend and raise their kids. I didn't want to be a stepmom and not be made a wife and a mom. You know, it's sort of like being in a relationship with someone, but being also the babysitter, but not getting to be the real parent. And yeah, that did crumble that relationship. And when I came out of it, it was my mom, and I came out of it and also had breast cancer and went through that. And it was my mom who said, why don't you just get a surrogate and get some sperm? And I mean, this is like Bernice Crow from tiny town in Missouri. My head is like exploding. Like, what did she just say? Like, just have my own babies? What? But it was that. It was her saying, look, you know what? If you adopt, you have a family around you who will stand at the altar with you at baptism and say, we are his community or her community. And that's what they did. And that's kind of what gave me the life raft, to not limit myself to that. Oh, you got to be married. You got to be stable. Then you have kids. My story didn't lay out like that. But the story I was telling myself limited what I thought I could have until somebody stepped in and said, wait a minute, your story doesn't have to look like your mom and dad's story. You know, it doesn't have to look like the conventional family that you had. Families look like all different things.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
You know what's interesting? You said something in the middle of that story that struck me too, because I was diagnosed with breast cancer at the same time my relationship was falling apart. And what was weird about that moment, when you just mentioned it, I had this weird feeling. But what I remember about it was, it was kind of strange because I felt like I had 2 pains going on at the same time, and I couldn't go down the rabbit hole on one. Like, I was so angry at him, and then I had to go in for my test, and they were like, you need a mastectomy. And then I was so mad at the doctors, and why me? And I ate apples and ran in Central Park, and what are you talking about? I was so mad. And then I was thinking about, but what about, and him? But it was almost like, and I kind of liken it to like having 2 kids, and one kid's coloring on the wall, and the other kid's spilling flour all over the floor, and you can't, like, you only have so much attention, so you can't get super mad at that kid because you got this kid over here. So weirdly, your grief is kind of lessened. And I wondered in a weird way if that, I've often wondered, did that help me in some strange way? I couldn't get so depressed on one thing because I had 2 things to worry about.
Yes. Well, I mean, not to analyze my last relationship, and it was a public relationship. There were a lot of facets to it, but it was a relationship that that I seemed to keep going back to. And I think when I got diagnosed with breast cancer, that was like, oh, wait a minute. I think we have to really look at this, and you have to put yourself first. And once I got that message, I really had to sit down and learn how to hold an emotion. I remember my friend who I used to say was kind of psychic, but he said, no, everybody's intuitive. It's just whether you really want to know the truth. He had said to me, he's like, emotions are the gateway to awakening. And I had not really understood that until I had to go through a real grieving process. I had to not do that thing that we get so good at, which is, just don't think about it. Just stay busy. Just make yourself busy. Don't dwell in it. Yeah. And that is the antithesis of what we need to do for healing. We need to actually sit with the pain, the anger, the grief, all of it that goes along with getting to the other side. And the only way to get through it, plow through it and experience it. And so for me, I just embraced it. I said, I'm not going to make a record. I'm not going to pick up my guitar. I'm not going to journal. I'm actually going to sit and be angry and be sad and grieve and all that. And when I came out of it, I just felt like, okay, I remember now who I am. And all these events, I think, kind of help us remember who we are. We get so far away from it sometimes with all the messaging that we put on ourselves about who we are or we aren't. And it was a serious cleanup.
Wow, I didn't realize.
Cleanup on aisle 7.
No, well, I love, like, no records and no journaling. That's interesting, just to sit in the middle of it. Did you ever, and this is probably not healthy, this is me, I never really had a follow-up conversation after it was over. That was the end. And that's how I played it.
Well, I mean, I think in some situations, man, I'll tell you what, I am blessed to have a wise mom, but she said, no matter what you think you're going to get from that conversation, you're never going to get what you think. And I mean, that's part of, I guess, the end of a relationship. There's not generally closure unless you both are, that if you communicated that way, you might not have split. But in my relationship, I was not ever going to get the kind of answer I thought I was going to get.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I don't know if you're like this, Hoda, but I have measured myself for almost my whole life by my productivity, and that's what gave me self-worth, and not just the quantity, but the quality. It couldn't be 10 songs. It had to be 10 great songs, and they couldn't be 10 top 200 songs. They had to be 10 top 10 songs. It's like,
it's exhausting.
At a certain point, it's exhausting, and you wind up never feeling fulfilled. So you know, sometimes in order to fill yourself, you have to like sit with it.
Sit with it. Wow.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I know it's like when you put a song out, they're like, well, when's the next one? You put an album out. When's the next one? You write a book. When's the next one? You're like, oh my
Yeah.
God, how about this one? How about if we sit with
Yeah.
this one for 1 second?
Can we just look at this baby right here? Look at this cute chubby baby.
Oh. To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I was just thinking back to the infancy of your career, and I know that people look at you and think, you know, they see you, first of all, I watched you, I think, at Radio City. That was one of my final concerts before the world shut down, and I loved every second of it. But I was just thinking about, people probably think, well, somehow it was easy for her. But I loved knowing that, and I think it was 1986, you were pounding the pavement, and they were like, no, darling, no, not you. Nothing, doors were opening, and you were talented. So what was happening there?
Well, you know, I look back on it and I think, man, I was so lucky to come up when I did and not come up now, because now everything is so brand oriented and so all about self-promotion. But back in the old days, back in the dark ages, I moved from St. Louis, where I was a school teacher, and I thought, well, I was 25, I was 24, and I had a bunch of tapes, and I thought, I'm just going to go out to LA and see what happens. And I got a Thomas guide, and I found out where all the studios were, and I took my tapes to every studio, and if I get them to the studios, and somebody will pick it up and listen to it and discover me, you know, and it was literally like an episode of Friends. And, you know, slowly I wound up getting a little bit of work, and then I overheard some backup singers talking about the Michael Jackson audition, and then I crashed the Michael Jackson audition, and I mean, it just
crashed the Michael Jackson audition. Just even to say that out loud,
it's crazy. And I think part of what was in my favor was my naivete. I mean, I just didn't ever think. I just thought, well, what's the worst thing that can happen? Sorry, you can't come in. You weren't recommended. Well, you know, it's hard to explain, but all I would say is that what seemed like an overnight success, my first album didn't even come out until I was almost 30.
Oh, really?
So, yes, and 30 by all intents and purposes in the rock and roll world. I mean, I'm old enough to be, at 30, probably Olivia Rodrigo's mom, right? I can remember meeting Taylor Swift on an airplane, and she was literally a teenager, and I was like old enough to be her mom. So yeah, and I've been really lucky. I've had now. God, I to even say it. But I'm getting ready to turn 60. So
I'll
be 60 in February.
Let's sit with that,
I've
girl.
had 30 amazing years. You know, I've had an incredible journey. And I don't know that you can even have that kind of career anymore because the attention span is so shrunk and everything is so fast and all about social media and here today and gone tomorrow. I feel lucky that I had those pound the pavement years where nobody would give me a record deal because I was a blue-eyed soul singer is what they called it. Back in the day when Madonna, I mean, it was all about Madonna and Paula Abdul, and people were like, we don't know what to do with you.
Yeah, who are you?
So
wait, you said the word 60. How did that feel coming off your tongue? How do you sit with 60? How does that feel?
You know those little bumps you get on the side of your tongue that are like a little canker sore or whatever? That's what it feels like. No, I mean, yeah, I don't love it, but you know, I have to say I'm really at this point in my life, I am happy. Something really changed after the cancer episode and getting my kids, and you know, if I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now. And that's a good place to be, you know, for somebody who's always measured themselves by shucking and jiving through, you know, life. Like, look at me, I can twirl, I can sing, I can play the bass and the piano, you know. And to be able to say, you know what, I love my life. It's a great place to be.
Now, what has motherhood given you that your work couldn't, that relationships couldn't?
Well, I mean, well, motherhood has changed. It's created a barometer for sure. I mean, I don't make any decisions that aren't pretty well decided by virtue of what my kids have going on. So although that I'm sure irritates everyone around me, I don't plan anything without, like I've already been told by my 11-year-old he doesn't want to go on the tour this summer.
Oh.
He wants to stay home and play baseball and you know, hang out with his friends.
So now what do we do?
Well, we got invited to play in Europe the first week of school. I don't want to do that.
Okay. So you're not doing.
So I mean, we're gonna we've been learning the lesson of, first of all, compromise, and secondly, friendly. What is it? Not tyranny, but when you're the ruler of a country, this is what happens when you're 60.
Dictator?
You can't think of words. Friendly dictatorship. Yes. So if it doesn't work in the compromise, then there's the friendly dictatorship. But yeah, I mean, I would say that I had to really, before I could be happy being a mom, I had to be happy. And that was the first thing. And then being a mom has been the greatest gift and the greatest occupation. I mean, I have full respect for moms across the board. Single moms, working moms, even married moms. Being a mom is no joke. It's 24 hours a day. And unless you're going to let somebody else raise them, you are on call 24 hours a day.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you have room for another love in your life, do you think?
I do.
Do you already have that?
I don't.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
I don't. I mean, I don't want to say sadly. I mean, our family is. I mean, we're complete. It's tricky now. I mean, it's just tricky.
Sure.
You date somebody and you pretty quickly decide how they might fit, or if they unequivocally, you wouldn't even let them near your kids. You know what I mean? And truth be told, I just don't feel like I'm missing it anymore. I mean, I love the idea of it, and I would love to be loved and to love, but my first loves are my boys, and whatever I bring in or whatever comes in, I'm open. I'll just say that. I'm open.
You're open. When it came down to, my girls are adopted too. They're 4 and 2, and they know they're adopted. Obviously, I've told them, and I know more questions are coming as we go. And I guess I'm looking for a little advice because I don't really quite know. Like, first I thought, should I volunteer information? I thought, no, let me wait till they ask me. There's such tricky conversations to have. How did you know how to navigate those waters?
Well, I had 2 different situations with my boys. I knew Wyatt's birth mom, and I did not know Levi's birth parents. But what I did with Wyatt was I made his story. I made a book, The Story of Wyatt, and I had pictures of the day he was born. My mom and dad were there, and I got to take him home. He was 4 hours old, and so I had all these pictures, and it explained who everybody was, and it talked about how, I'd asked God to be a mom, and that I knew that God was going to take care of me, and that if I was supposed to be a mom, I would be, and that lo and behold, God brought you into my life, and but that he came through somebody else's tummy, but I got to be his forever mom, So anyway, he, from a very early age, not only was not interested in it, didn't want to see it at all.
Oh, okay.
And even really up into the age that he was able to understand it, well, actually, period. He's not wanted to see that book. He hasn't been ready. He chose his life, and he didn't want to know about the rest of it. My Levi is he's very pragmatic. There is nothing he will not say or ask. If you want to know if you look fat in a pair of jeans, he will tell you. And he's right off the cuff. Were my birth parents short? Because I really want to play basketball. I mean, these are the things that matter to him, He asks questions, and he has the story of Levi as well. And he likes it. He doesn't want to look at it, but he's going to be my, I'm going to go out and find him on my own. And I've told both my boys, when you are ready, when you become old enough, like 18, I'll help you. We'll go find him together. And nothing will come between the way you and I love each other, but you have a lot of love. So, and you love people in a lot of different ways, and families look differently. But neither one of them have asked me why their birth moms gave them away. And some of those questions will be hard. I mean, I don't know how you feel about it, but I do have that fear of, okay, someday when I'm older, they go find their younger mom, and suddenly I'm going to spend Christmas at my mom, and or with my real brother. And I get emotional about it, and I get scared. But you know what? It's like I tell my dad when he's worrying, there's no point in worrying about it. It's not going to fix it.
Yeah.
You know, when you get there, you get there. So that's just the way I'm approaching it.
I think, yeah, that sounds healthy. And I like this sort of God's got this. It's sort of like, you know, because I have those feelings too, and they don't ask many questions now. They're super young, but they do know a lot of things. So I literally some days I get this ouch in my stomach. I'm like, okay, I got to be ready. Like, how's this gonna go? What do they think when you're on stage? Are they wigged that you're up there killing it, or do they think it's
early days? They didn't really understand it. Like I've got videos of both the boys coming out in their PJs. I had this wonderful nanny who's now my assistant, and they would always come say goodnight before they'd go to bed, like at 8:30, you know, and I'd just be getting started and they'd come out, and sometimes they'd come out on stage in their PJs and do a little jig or whatever. And they just seeing all those people, that's, you know, they didn't really understand what that meant. And then when I started making the record before the last called Be Myself, and I was making it during school hours, I would go pick them up and I'd bring them back to the studio and we'd work for another couple of hours. They got to be around during the making of that record and understand, oh, this isn't just something where she goes out on stage and sings songs. She works. Like, it's a workplace, and it's like serious work hours and doing things over and over. And then they got interested in it and got to like learn about some of the engineering stuff. And then it became like, oh, okay, so she's not just famous because she has like All I Want to Do or Soak Up the Sun or the song from Cars. And that made a difference. But, you know, now that they're older, you know, they'll come to the side of the stage and wave, and then they'll go back and want to get on their iPads. And I'm just like, no. Oh, no. So they make money by helping out.
Is that how they do?
They make $5 a gig for bringing out guitars. And 2 summers ago when we were out with Phil Collins in Europe, about halfway through the gig, Levi's like, we're walking off stage, and Levi's like, Mom, can we negotiate a flat rate? $5 a gig doesn't seem like very much. I'm like, are you kidding me? You're 9 years old. How do you know what a flat rate is?
How do you even get that? Wait, are they musical? Do they are either of them in the music?
They are musical, but that, you know, I think part of it is they came in that way, but also they've been saturated, and by osmosis they are musical.
Cheryl, I've thoroughly enjoyed our conversation. Thank you so much
Hoda,
for visiting.
I love you.
I love you too. Come see me
Let's
when
get our kids to marry each other.
Oh my God, that would be
on,
perfect.
Let's do it.
Yes, it's not that big of an age gap. 8 years and 10 years.
Yes,
I mean,
by the time they're adults, you know.
Okay, we'll have a date. All right, honey. Good seeing you.
All right, it's good to see you too.
You too.
Thanks.
Andy, good to see you, my friend.
Hey, Willie.
You are the #1 brand ambassador for this show, Sunday Today.
Well, because I love my mug.
You've got the mug.
I almost brought it because we are close to my house, and I walked over, and I was going to bring it. It's in the dishwasher.
What's the past 18 months been like for you?
The time when, you know what? The pandemic, actually, for me, has been okay. I have been able to work during the entirety of the pandemic, of which I feel very grateful. And then I've gotten to spend an inordinate amount of time with my son that I never would have gotten. And that's been, frankly, incredible, especially as a single parent, to be able to really, I try to spend as much time, obviously, as possible with him, but I feel an extra weight on me as a single parent to really let him see that I'm around.
As long as I've known you, you've talked publicly and privately about wanting to be a dad sometime down the road.
Yep.
And now you are.
Yeah.
How has the reality been compared to those expectations you
It's
had?
actually been an easy ride so far. I mean, it's been, you know what? It's been all right. I thought that it was going to be completely overwhelming, and I actually feel like he has been trying to make it easy on me a little bit. And he's a good guy. He's very nice. He's very sweet. Daddy? He's becoming a three-nager. Is that the term?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that just started last weekend. And so that was interesting. We were supposed to have a movie night Friday night, and I was so excited about it. but he then started to show his will, and I had to take the movie away. And guess who was the real loser in that? Me. Because I was then screwed on a Friday night. I was like, what am I doing?
Right, now you got 2 hours to fill.
Exactly. I was actually more upset than him that I took the movie night away. So I'm not sure what lesson was taught.
What's he into, like, in terms of movies, and what's his
You know what? He has not watched much TV or movies just until this summer. And so what he's really into right now is Sesame Street.
Great.
Which is great. And I let him watch it on the weekends. It's his treat. No TV during the week. And I will say, I screen an inordinate amount of Housewives, and he's always coming up to my desk while I'm watching, and I'm like, no, you are not watching this. You are not watching this. He saw me grilling Erica Jane on a Housewives reunion the other day. He's like, Daddy? I'm like, yes, but no. Yeah.
So it sounds like you guys have had all this bonding time, and being a single parent, like you say, has its challenges.
Yes.
How do you navigate that part of it?
Just one day at a time. And luckily I have several jobs, but all of them allow me to be in and out of my home all day. So weirdly, I am almost always around for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with him. So that to me is that's a great amount of continuity for him, where we get to see each other. Now, New York is thumping in a sense, and I'm anxious to be part of the thump. And so I think I keep saying, and my show is going back to live with an audience. So I keep saying, Daddy's going to work, Daddy's going to work. And so we brought him to the clubhouse last week because I wanted him to see that there was a place that was work.
Right.
And he quite enjoyed it. And I forgot that the shelves are basically all toys.
Right.
And he's like, this. He wanted to take it. I'm like, that's taped down. You can't have that. It's not a toy.
Don't touch Julie Andrews' tea bag.
Yes,
Is
he
that
was
still
trying
there?
to get to Julie Andrews' tea bag.
No.
Funny that you say that. Yes.
That's
Tamra's implant he was trying to get to. Like, this is not a toy. This was in someone.
Your parents are a big part of your private story, but also your public story,
They
where
are.
like they're on the show and the audience loves them.
Yeah.
They seem to be thoroughly enjoying this ride that you were on.
They are, but the ride that they are most enjoying is the curveball that I threw them at 50 years old of giving them another grandchild.
Yeah.
Because this was the kid that no one saw coming. Even as the years went on, I would say, I still want to have a kid. And my mom would say, it's not happening. Like, really? Oh, okay. You're flying to LA for a party right now. When are you gonna have a kid? So I proved them all wrong. And it's one of the great joys of having my son is watching his relationship with his grandparents, who are well into their 80s and who FaceTime with him every night at dinner.
And how lucky, I feel that way too about my parents, that your son will have a relationship with them. He'll know them.
The grandparent-child relationship is so magical. And I remember great times with my grandparents and sleeping over there. And they give your kids something that you can't. And it's just so exciting. It's sweet. That to me has been an incredible side benefit from this entire journey.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. from season 2. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I've been on Watch What Happens Live over Zoom. Remotely a couple of times.
Yeah.
So what was it like for you to, because we all experience this in one form or another, to do that show over Zoom? Because so much of that, anyone who's been in that clubhouse, is the crackle of the back and forth.
Right. It was weird. It was highly efficient, which I loved.
Yeah.
We are doing the show at 1:30 in the afternoon, and we will be done at 1:55. And then you can go about your day. So it felt fake for a long time. And I was doing my own makeup to horrible results and really not seeming to care for a very long time what I looked like going on television. I didn't monitor what I was putting out there.
Too much, too little? What was the problem? Yeah.
Everything. Didn't care. Just was like, once I did the show I was doing it from my office for a big chunk of time and had left the Grateful Dead playing for the entire show. And they called me after the show and said, we're detecting music. I said, oh, I left the Grateful Dead channel on for the whole show. They're like, we're gonna hope no one notices. And I believe no one noticed. So there was my show is already homemade, as it were, but it was real Scotch tape.
I think I sort of sympathize with that. We all got a little too comfortable with our home studios, what we're wearing on the bottom, what we look like. I stopped,
Who was wearing anything on the bottom?
Not a lot.
Yeah, no.
What'd you do, shorts and flip-flops?
I was barefoot. I wore, I did it out in the Hamptons for 4 months, and I would jump in the pool and then be in a wet bathing suit. I'm gonna skip the makeup today. It's fine. I was a runaway train. I was a runaway train.
When you're in that studio, you've created such a space. What is the magic of that show to you? Why do you think it's taken off the way it has?
I think people respond to the authenticity of the show. I think that, God knows, I screw up every episode. The audience maybe, the audience is drinking, the guests are drinking. It's a loose atmosphere.
It's Cake Justin! And thank you, Jimmy, for the shots.
If we spill a cake on the floor, it's about the cake. We follow the action. And I think people respond to that idea that they don't know what's going to happen. The guests can wind up hating each other. Mm-hmm. We've had guests who literally, you can see them on the air that they hate each other. And the audience then starts, chiming in, and it's fun.
You know what else is true about that show? It's a little like Howard Stern, where by stepping into that studio, you're agreeing to something.
You are submitting to my tomfoolery and my messiness, and you are now you are on the witness stand about your life.
Right.
And so here we are.
And the thing that where a publicist on another show would say you can't ask about that does not seem to apply on your show.
Well, we don't pre-interview our guests, which is great.
Yeah.
So then we can't, it's less trouble to get into. But there are times when people come in and say, listen, I don't want to talk about the fact that I hate X, Y, or Z.
But one of the genius moves you have is you can put it off on the audience. So-and-so,
yes, well, it's true. But we try. Listen, I don't want anyone to leave unhappy.
Yeah.
So
casting is huge. You often put me on with a housewife.
Yes. We like
and it's great.
high and low. Yeah. We like big and tall, small and big. I don't know. We like, Yeah.
It's amazing. It's it's the most fun you can have on TV.
Getting the audience back was a big deal. And now that the audience is back and the guests are there, it's what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this is why we do it. So I'm very happy to be back.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is Now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Speaking of fun, let's talk about glitter every day. 365 quotes from women I love.
Yes.
What's the idea behind it?
The idea is just basically in the title. This is a book that you can look at every day, have a little splash of glitter thrown on you every day. Women have shaped me for my entire life. From my mom to mentors to the housewives to divas and icons. And so this is a quote a day by a woman that I love. I love a lot of women, and they've said a lot of things. And talk about high and low. We've got Madonna to Malala, Dorinda Medley to Kamala Harris. I mean, it's all over the place.
It's funny you say that. I'm going to jump ahead because I thought this captured you perfectly. On one page, we have a quote from Anne Frank.
Yes.
As I turn the page, Countess Luann.
Thank you.
That's Andy Cohen in a nutshell.
It absolutely is. Two women that I respect immensely and who have different things to offer the culture, but valid nonetheless, Willie. This is the world that we live in, by the way.
We lead off the book with a quote from the great Evelyn Cohen.
My mom.
Her quote is, "Get a hold of yourself, Andy."
Yes.
What was the context of that?
Well, that is a quote that my mom has used over the years that renders me slapped in the face. Get a hold of yourself, Andy. And I will quite literally get a hold of myself and come back to earth. It's in her arsenal of, you're a runaway train, you gotta get it together, basically. It's a very simple sentiment from Evelyn Cohen, but one that I respond to.
It feels like it's something you've heard for a long time.
I have.
Yeah.
She doesn't, she whips it out when she needs it.
So Evelyn Cohen's the biggest star in this book. I think we agree.
Yes.
Some huge names in here. Dolly Parton, Madonna. What's the thrust of the kind of person you want? How did you put this list together?
You know what? It's just women I love.
Yeah.
Strong, powerful women with something to say. So that could be anyone that has touched me in my life. I mean, I have a quote from my friend Liza in there that I love that is, when you're a hammer, everything's a nail. So there are quotes in here to live by And there are quotes in here to laugh by.
Yes.
And I put a little commentary on every page of my own relationship with the women or the quote or just some thought I'm having.
Yeah, I mean, I just love there's too many to list, but you go from Jack Hay to Jill Biden on the same page, you know?
Absolutely.
Like, that's
Jack
the beauty.
Hay to Jill Biden.
That's the beauty.
Two of our beacons of inspiration.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
And is it true that Hoda Kotb gave you the idea for this book, or at least she encouraged you to write it?
Hodes didn't just give me the idea. I basically just stole the idea from her. She had come out with 2 quote-a-day books.
Yep.
And I happened to be co-hosting with her during the publication of both books, I believe. So I spent a fair amount of time shilling Hode's books. And I thought to myself, what if I did one of these but put my own spin on it? So then kind of halfway through writing it, I FaceTimed her and said, I need to make sure this is okay with you. Like, do you have another one of these coming out? Because I do maybe in the fall. Is this okay? She's like, write your book, babe, write your book. There's a couple great quotes from Hoda in there.
Yeah, Hoda's in the book.
Yes, of course.
A nice tribute, and you mentioned her in the acknowledgments.
Yes, well, I mean, again,
Central figure.
She inspired this book completely.
Who in this book would you like to have on Watch What Happens Live who you've not yet had on Watch What
Who
Happens Live?
in that book wouldn't I like to have?
You've had
on Watch
some
What
of them,
Happens
a
Live?
lot of them.
Yes. No, I mean, I think Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama has done every show but mine.
Now, what's going on with
Michelle
that?
Obama did The Chew when it was on. I think Michelle Obama has been on CSI. I'm not kidding.
Really?
I think so, or NCIS or something like that. Truly, there almost isn't a show that she hasn't been on except mine. So maybe I should feel good about that.
Okay, so Michelle is the big get.
She's one of them.
Who else is on there?
Madonna's never been on. I've
She hasn't
interviewed
been on?
Madonna. She's never been in the clubhouse.
Oh.
No, she.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts.
If I never got to sing another song, I would still feel the joy that I feel right now.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It's the little moments that are the transforming moments.
Oh my gosh, I never thought of that. Oh my gosh, I could apply that. I want to stop for a second. In season 2, I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda for new episodes of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah.
So many.
Because Madonna is a North Star for you, is that fair to say?
Yes,
yeah.
she is.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I love my ladies.
So let's talk about Housewives.
Okay.
15 years.
You know what?
Can you believe that?
Just watched season 16 premiere of Orange County.
And how do we feel?
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
They got the assignment. Yeah.
Let's go back to like 2005 when you're cooking this up.
Yeah.
You never could have imagined what it was going to become, but what did you think it would be back then?
Well, in the best, when it started, it seemed like a sociological time capsule of this group of women who were kind of nouveau riche in a gated community in Orange County, who spoke to their children in a way that none of us had ever seen, and they were just different. And it was while Desperate Housewives was airing, which is how we got the name Real Housewives, because these were the real housewives. And it was a play on real, because of course, much of them wasn't. Now, season 2 of the Housewives of Orange County, we found that Gina Keogh was getting separated. And that was when I leaned in and said, oh my God, this is now a soap opera. This is Knots Landing. And this could go on forever. Did I think I would be sitting with you 16 years later talking about it? Absolutely not. Am I thrilled by it? Yes. They have given me and many others inordinate amounts of pleasure. I would not be here where I am today without them. And that's one of the reasons why I thought it was important to include them in this book, and why it is a mix of high and low, because there are things that they've said that really ring true to me and a lot of other people that I think are worthy of a closer look.
And I don't think we can even call it a guilty pleasure anymore. So many people watch it across. It's just a pleasure for a lot of people across the spectrum.
Yes.
So how has the show, Andy, evolved over the years? So you got Orange County, here comes New York and New Jersey, and you've grown and shown different people and different cultures and different cities.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it has evolved. I have another book out on my imprint called Not All Diamonds and Rosé, which is a oral history of the Real Housewives in its entirety. It comes out in like 2 weeks. And it's great. And you see the evolution of it. I think there was an evolution when, I think there was a moment where people started to really realize they were on TV and they could make a moment. And there are some moments that were made that were incredible on television that we thought, how authentic is it that this woman is taking her leg off in Le Cirque and throwing it to make a point?
Here, go ahead. Go ahead, Heather. Take it. Oh my God.
Maybe not an incredible finale for season, I think, 6 of New York Housewives. But we didn't bring Aviva back the next year because we kind of thought, where do we go from here?
Right.
You've thrown your leg in Le Cirque. Where does the story take us that we could possibly go?
We've been to the mountaintop.
We've been to the mountaintop. So, so I think that we try to lean into the real, and we try to, you know, go away from the performative. But this is a show now, all these years later, where people know they're on television. We're in the middle of 2 incredible moments. You know, Beverly Hills, something happened with Erica Girardi, one of our housewives, before, you know, as the cameras were rolling, her husband was implicated in a horrible crime. And so we're watching that unfold now and watching the women relate to that and react to that.
And you've expanded your audience by the cities you've chosen and the groups of women you've chosen, right?
It's true. I mean, Salt Lake City, man.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Another curveball. Mormon housewives. Look into it.
People want to know, to the extent you can talk about it, behind the scenes, I'm sure it must just be, your phone is texts and phone calls from various housewives who have an issue with something that was in the show, how they were portrayed. How do you manage this universe that you've created?
I think that my senses have been dulled over the years a bit. Maybe I'm a little more, you know, I used to look at my dad and think, how does he exist amidst the chaos, the cacophony of this group of overmodulated, loud talkers that exists in my nuclear family? Myself, my mother, and my sister. But, you know, there's something to be said. There's actually a great quote from Ruth Bader Ginsburg in the book, where she said, sometimes we all have to be a little bit deaf, and we choose to hear what we want to hear. And I thought that was such a great quote, because it's like, you know, some things matter that you hear, some things don't. Maybe, you know, some critiques that you get, tune it out. Something that someone's yelling about, you think, you know what, they're going to be over it tomorrow. I mean, I'm not going to take this on.
Right.
So, RBG.
So it's a little bit of psychiatrist, a little social work, a little of that,
Yeah.
right? Just hear him out and
Yeah.
let it flush its way through the system.
Yeah.
There are some moments, though, where you can't do that. And I'm thinking about the reunions.
Yes.
Because you are physically in that room.
Absolutely.
And sometimes under assault.
Yes, that is true. But I control the narrative. I mean, we're in the midst of, I really had my toughest interview yet with the whole Erica Girardi, Beverly Hills. It's unfolding right now. Unprecedented 4-part reunion that's happening right now.
Yep.
Because there were that many questions that needed to be answered by Erica.
Isn't it amazing that you created this universe where it's not just the show itself, but there have to be interviews and
Yes.
debriefs. There's a news cycle about
There
the
is.
shows you've created.
It's incredible. I opened the New York Post, and I am amazed at the amount of coverage that these women get. It's really dominant.
People who don't know, you started in journalism.
Yes.
At CBS News.
I
You
remain in journalism.
You do remain in,
Yes.
as you just described.
Yes.
But you were a hard news producer.
I was.
Working at CBS News. You interned there. You wrote for your
Yes.
school paper at BU.
Yeah.
Are you sometimes, do you ever take a minute and say, wow, look how my life has turned. I love that part of my life, but look how things worked out.
I do. I think it evolved as TV news evolved. I mean, TV news became a little softer over the years. And so I think people started to become more interested in personalities. And I think that the definition of what is news has evolved as well. So I walk into a Housewives reunion and my attitude is, this is news for a lot of people. I mean,
I got to get answers
it's
from these people.
meaningless, of course, but it's a form of news nonetheless. It truly affects no one's daily life.
And yet,
as like the Facebook hearings might.
right.
But I recognize that it is important to people, and people want me to do a good job.
Thanks, Andy.
Thanks, Willie.
Great to see you.
Happy anniversary. Thank you.
Hey folks, welcome to a terrific Tuesday edition of Popstart Plus. On the show today, we're getting ready for WrestleMania this weekend with WWE superstar Bianca Belair. Then we're going to switch gears from the ring to somewhere over the rainbow. Our third hour friends had a very inspiring conversation for Women's History Month with Judy Garland's granddaughter. So we'll have that for you. And later, we're celebrating the man, the myth, the legend, Christopher Walken. But first, here are today's Popstart headlines. First up, our friend, this is great. Questlove starts off Popstart for a great reason. Can't forget that following that infamous slapping incident at the Oscars on Sunday, Amir Thompson, a.k.a. Questlove, won the Academy Award for Best Documentary, Summer of Soul, earning him his first Oscar and nomination. Quest celebrated by DJing at Beyonce and Jay-Z's Oscar party, then hopping on a plane late night back to NYC to make it back in time for Monday's Tonight Show taping. Of course, Questlove there greeted by the staff, filling the Studio 6B to celebrate his milestone achievement. And today we are sending him a huge congrats from all of us here in Studio 1A.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Uh-huh.
Next up, Uncle Al, the Proud Family, louder and prouder. Last month, the hit animated series returned, continuing the next chapter of Penny Proud's hijinks and adventures. But what would a Proud Family reboot be without the master of mischief himself, Mr. Al Roker? We've got an exclusive sneak peek at Uncle Al's big return in this week's brand new episode.
Here is a tip, Roker. Colored glasses don't make you look younger.
Oh,
honey, I expect better from you, Penny. Especially after I helped you out.
Helped me out? When?
Oh, come on, you remember? That BB and Cece thing.
Man, I wish you guys were old enough to take care of yourselves.
Consider it done.
Hey, Penny.
Anyway, I got a big promotion out of that. I'm working directly with the big guy downstairs.
Don't you mean upstairs?
Sure.
It almost looks like what you're wearing right now.
That is awesome.
That is what he's wearing right now.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, you planned that up perfectly.
They do such a terrific job. There are kids or young adults who come up to me now and say they didn't know I did the weather.
Oh, yeah.
They just knew me from the Proud Family.
Right.
That's so cool.
Very nice.
Well, congrats. That looks fun. The next episode of The Proud Family, Loud and Prouder, starts streaming on Disney Plus tomorrow. So be sure and check that out. Next up, Taylor Swift. Cue this year's graduation theme, Swift's song 22. The Grammy-winning chart-topping superstar about to add yet another title to her name, Doctor of Fine Arts. On Monday, New York University announced that Swift's going to receive the honorary degree at this year's graduation, where she's also been named as one of the ceremony's speakers after the pandemic postponed NYU's commencement for all the classes. In 2020 and 2021, this year's ceremony will act as sort of a super graduation. Wow. They'll honor all three of those graduating classes, and the soon-to-be Dr. Swift, that's funny, will deliver her address at Yankee Stadium on May 18th.
Wow. You know,
Congrats.
There's a course at NYU on Taylor Swift.
Oh,
that has that has a waiting list a mile long. People can't get
What
into
do they do
it.
in that?
I don't know, but it's really popular.
They write songs about ex-boyfriends.
And if you get a bad grade, you just shake it off.
All right, and now a little bit more for you, hence the plus and Popstar Plus. A couple more headlines. First up, John Travolta, the beloved actor, turned out to be probably the biggest winner at the Academy Awards, and he wasn't even nominated. John and his son, Ben, left the show on Sunday night as the proud owners of a brand new puppy. Apparently, Little Mac and Cheese made an appearance at the show during Betty White's In Memoriam tribute, and Travolta connected with Jamie Lee Curtis backstage and walked away with a brand new addition to the family, Curtis calling the good news a perfect tribute to the late, great Betty White. That is one lucky dog. All right, next up, Keith Urban, the country music superstar, is channeling his inner pop diva on Monday. Urban sharing this amazing Adele cover.
But I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence. Baby, let me in. Go easy on the baby.
There you go. In a post on Instagram, Keith called Adele's Easy on Me lyrics, quote, divinely timed. Not bad there. Finally, Tom Hanks, the Hollywood icon, is out in Pittsburgh. He's shooting his next movie, and while spending some time on the East Coast, you may have noticed that Tom Hanks has been pulling some double duty. That's right, he's working the wedding circuit. Last week, the award-winning actor crashed one bride's pre-ceremony photo shoot